By now you may already be aware that America was on the verge of being completely destroyed by a gang of very powerful criminals who had made their way right into the heart of power. We didn't notice because they had become our most trusted leaders, entertainers, and politicians. But then things changed. In 2016, patriots in the US military took back power legitimately with the election of Donald Trump. Plunged directly into the damage and sickening destruction caused to America and the world, they got to work dismantling the branches of this powerful secret shadow government that was in the process of siphoning off America's vast wealth to their global masters. After 2 years of a dramatic covert operation that was to include the gutting of the corrupt CIA, FBI, and Justice Department, They now face the last remaining pillar of the deep state, their vast media empire. They were using this unparalleled power to confuse the people of the world and distract from their criminality and subversion. They recognized that division and hate among people was the most effective way to keep us occupied and ignorant while they robbed us blind, engineered senseless trade deals, and destroyed distant lands for their own personal gain. The mainstream media, both in America and beyond, now remains the gravest threat to the people of the world. The battle for the American soul began in October 2017 with an NSA intelligence operation that we call Q. For the first time, the people were shown the reality of the world they live in, the extent of the corruption and crime that had been destroying their society for decades. Most of all, it showed them the path to their own liberation. Finally, on July 31st, 2018, in Tampa, Florida, President Donald Trump, avoiding the corrupt media channels by speaking directly to the people, allowed Q followers to display their support publicly. This deliberate action forced the deep state media to cover the story, as not doing so would raise a level of curiosity that could lead to a devastating mass awakening. To defend against this, they joined together in an unprecedented combined global mass media assault against Q, hoping they could deter the public from discovering the truth about our world. They called it a conspiracy, a word associated with unlawful or nefarious actions, depicting Q followers as a danger to society instead of peace-loving patriots just trying to break free from the prison of the mind that was created for them. Their attack on Q was to be just one of countless knowingly false narratives started and pushed by the criminals that control our media. They said Trump colluded with Russia to win the 2016 presidential election. They said he was a puppet to Putin. They claimed he would hurt relationships with our allies. They said he would collapse the economy and the stock market. We heard he was about to go to war with North Korea. They are saying he will do the same with Iran. They even said he would destroy the whole world. These fake narratives kept on coming, and they spread them with full knowledge that they were lies meant to stop the one force that could end them for good. It's time the American people and those all over the world ask themselves what is really going on. What are the people who control our media afraid of? What are they hiding? If you look, you will discover that the fake news media is not free or independent. You will see it is just a propaganda arm of the deep state. You will discover the names and faces of the cabal agents who have colluded to destroy our republic and bend us to their will. They want you divided. Divided by race. Divided by religion. Divided by political affiliation. They want this because divided you are weak. Together you are strong. It's time to research for yourself. You will find many things, among them an unprecedented number of sealed indictments filed in preparation for a mass arrest event. You will also discover an unprecedented list of corrupt CEOs who have recently been removed from their posts. You will see the same in the Senate and in Congress. And you will see the same at the top of the FBI and the Justice Department. This movement is not about one person or a group of people. It is about we, the people. The world is currently witnessing the largest mass treason event in living history. But instead of being fearful, we should be filled with hope. Instead of fighting among ourselves, we should face our only true enemy, the criminal deep state and their once invincible mainstream media apparatus. Do you want to free yourself? It's easy. Follow Q and turn them off.
You know, it reminds me of how's that one go? Riding on the city of New Orleans, Illinois Central Monday morning rain. 15 cars and 15 restless riders, 3 conductors, 25 sacks of mail. Good morning, America, how are you? Say, don't you know me? I'm your native son. I'm riding the train that calls city of New Orleans. And I've gone 500 miles to the day is gone. Something like that. Been a long time. I haven't heard that in a long time. You know. Yeah. Wanted to highlight the Mockingbird Media right off, you know, right off the track, right off the rails here, because we know that the mainstream media has got their own narrative of what happened, uh, the the previous Saturday, you know, we know, but we know that they're not going to tell all of it, and in most cases, they're not going to give us the truth. So us being anons have been digging and digging and digging, finding everything that we can about every person involved, every person who gets brought up, and everything else. Um, and and even though we have found more things, especially regarding the shooter on the top of the water tower, nobody on the mainstream media has covered that. We actually have video footage of somebody on the top of the water tower, and the media has not touched it. So we know that they're not going to do their job. And Joe M is right. When he says turn them off, he's not kidding. Now, I understand, I play a lot of clips from Fox News, Jesse Waters, because we were told to watch the Waters, right? We were told to watch the Waters. He is about the closest to truth that we're going to get out of the mainstream media. We know that, but I still question some things that Jesse says. It doesn't mean I believe everything that I hear, but in some cases, we're kind of given little breadcrumbs to grab in his talk to dig a little farther. And I think that, especially with Paul Ryan being part of Fox now, that Paul Ryan has a lot to do with just the truth just not coming out. Because it seems to me that Jesse really wants to put it out there, but his hands are tied. No different than what Carlson was, what Tucker Carlson was when he started going over the J6 tapes. He did one podcast about, or one broadcast about the J6 tapes. And then what happens? Paul Ryan is on the phone, saying, no, we can't show any more of this, right? And then you've got other people like Chuck Schumer standing on the Senate floor telling Rupert Murdoch that you need to stop Carlson from releasing any more of the truth. Schumer wasn't saying it because Carlson was given disinformation or misinformation. He shut him up because he was telling the freaking truth about what happened there on J6. And it's a shame. It's a downright shame that the only person that he covered in that first episode was Jacob Chansley. The Q shaman. He ain't my shaman. Never saw him, never met him, never heard of him until he appeared in J6, and then little video clips of him, pulling shenanigans, other places in the country and stuff like that. But nobody ever heard of him before. Right? Big old narrative squeeze. So we got a lot of things going on with the hearings going on currently there, and I've got a bunch of clips that we're going to go through in regards to that. The hearing that Cheadle is going through. Once again, I do want to remind everybody of my comment yesterday in regards to this letter that was produced by Joseph Robinette Biden the fact that it's not on White House letterhead and all that other stuff, because I'm going to actually share a post with you from somebody who doesn't watch my show, but maybe should, because then they would have heard my narrative of reading that letter. I was kind of, I have to say that I was kind of, um, I was a little bit off. I was I was just a little bit off uh, in regards to reading that yesterday, but hey, that's political commentary, right? That's that's what commentary is about. Forcing them, making them tell the truth. Reveal more, reveal more, reveal more. All right, let's start off right here. Script Keeper Elect says, imagine this. What if Joe Biden is taken out via the 25th Amendment and Kamala can't be president due to the 14th Amendment and the fact that both of her parents were not citizen when she was born? Which is true. Then what? Who is the next in line? The Democrats have created a mess for themselves. Well, that means that Speaker Johnson would step up. And I'll tell you guys, I was having a conversation with our very good friend, Dave Snedeker, this morning. And I said to him, and without even, this post hadn't even been up yet. And I said to him, I says, I've been thinking about something, I says, how I keep saying that the military has to come in first and clean up this mess before Trump goes into office, right? And he says, yeah. And I says, okay, so Kamala gets disqualified because she can't hold an office above vice president because of the fact that she's an anchor baby, right? And I says, and what would that mean? Well, that would mean that Speaker Johnson fills that position. And I said to Dave, but what if Johnson's last act in Congress is to activate the military so his last day of being Speaker of the House, he activates the laws according to or by law under the Constitution that Congress has to approve war on U.S. soil. Congress has to approve it, right? So Johnson's final act as Speaker of the House is to activate the military and then take the position as President Commander-in-Chief. Then nothing falls on Trump's shoulders. And it makes it easier so that when he does come into office, then he's not looked at as a dictator. He's looked at as somebody who's just willing to, do everything to save America. Everything to save America. But this is the other thing: is that what if his first official act as president is to enact NASARA? And I'm not speaking on this on the financial end of this. I'm speaking on this where NASARA talks about military taking control and an election having to be held under the control of the military in 120 days. What could Johnson get accomplished in the 120 days before Trump takes office? These are all hypotheticals, okay? I'm just tossing this out there as a thought that I'm having, and I'm not saying that it's accurate in any way, shape, or form. It's purely hypothetical. But I see a path forward that could and would benefit all of the American people. It doesn't matter whether you're left or right, okay? I've said this before and I'll say it again. They're both two wings of the same bird. It's just the problem is that the bird deceives both wings. Deceives both wings. Absolutely does. Would rather see you infested with fleas and lice than see you flourish and prosperous. You know, that you're not alone. It's real everywhere. Okay. There's not one person who's living any better than any other person right now. Everybody is being affected in equal ways. Just some it's financially, some it's housing, some it's stability, some of it's educational, some of it's medical, some of it's, you know what I mean? Everybody's has a plate full right now. Everybody does. So you need to stop feeling like you're alone, because you're not. Okay. At least coming here, you have people to talk to. You have friends. You have brothers and sisters in this chat that is, and it's like, reach out. You know, that's what we're here for. Everybody's here for that. Everybody. You know, some days you're going to feel great and you're going to be helping somebody else. And on the days that you're feeling bad, somebody is helping you. You know, it's all reciprocal. We all stand together. And that's what makes us, that's what makes us stronger. Every day we get stronger. The more knowledge that we gain, we get stronger. You know, and we just have to keep pushing. So you can't, and never take any of this personal. That is the biggest thing that I can tell everybody. Okay, is as we're walking through this fire. Okay, remember that none of this is personal. It feels personal because we're all affected. Okay, but that's a collective effectiveness. Okay, we stay stronger and get stronger by sticking together and by learning together and moving forward together. And that's just, primarily, a big thing. Back to Script Keeper's post is like I said, imagine this. What if Joe Biden is taken out via the 25th Amendment? That's the thing. Okay, so they got him to bow out of the race. That's first admitting that something is going on with him to get him to bow out, right? Now, the second thing is Kamala can't be president. Under the 14th Amendment, she's an anchor baby. Okay? So, this is, Kamala Harris has violated the 25th Amendment. No higher office for her. As Mark Levine and Dan Bongino have pointed out, under the 25th Amendment, the vice president and the members of cabinet have a duty under the Constitution to report when the president is unable to discharge his duties and to initiate the procedures described in the 25th Amendment to remove him from office. So basically, she is committing a crime by not reporting factually the problems that are going on with Biden. Okay. Kamala Harris has not only failed to do this, but has refused to do it, and so has failed to discharge her constitutional duty. The breaking of the oath is considered treason, period. This should disqualify her forever from occupying any seat of public trust, including the Senate, the Congress, even city offices, the city councilor, everything, all the way down the line. What she and the members of the cabinet have done in this matter definitely rises to the level of high crimes and misdemeanors for impeachment and conviction. And that's Gregorio's Substack here. You see it is see up here at the top. Okay, you can type in Gregorio's Substack. That's on uh, uh, in Google or whatever, and it'll come up for you. The link to his direct one. Then True Stormy Joe says Joe endorses Kamala. Remember when Trump said Kamala is who he wants to Biden's VP? DJ called her his number one draft choice. Full control. Q. My fellow Democrats, I've decided not to accept the nomination to focus all my energies on my duties as president for the remainder of my term. My very first decision was, as the party nominee in 2020, was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president, and it's been the best show, and it's show more. Yeah. So I fully, and then here we go. Harry Sisson is right on the Kamala Harris. I fully endorse Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee and the next president of the United States. Let's get to work and beat Donald Trump. Harry Sisson, you're digging your hole so deep. I feel sorry for you, kid. I don't dislike you. I do dislike you. Actually, I do dislike you, because I think that you are so brainwashed and so paid off that you're a little criminal, and you're going to grow up to be a big criminal. And I hope you never ever get elected to office ever. I hope you never ever run for office, because I will do everything in my power to fund anybody running against you to crush you. You should step out of politics and never ever look back. Never ever look back. Yeah, anchor baby running for president. So her mother was Tamil Indian, okay, and father was Jamaican. Neither one was a United States citizen at the time of birth. So that's why Arnold Schwarzenegger can't run for president. You know what I mean? Because Arnold would have run, back in the day. All right, let's get into some clips on the hearing. Wow, total savage mode. Representative Nancy Mace just ended the career of disgraced Secret Service Director Cheadle on live TV. This is bullshit. You are full of shit. Ooh, let's go.
Answers. Most of my questions are going to demand a yes or no answer. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay, my first question. Both sides of the aisle today have asked for your resignation. Would you like to use my 5 minutes to draft your resignation letter, yes or no?
No, thank you.
Was this a colossal failure?
It was a failure.
Yes or no? Was it a colossal failure is the question, yes or no?
I have admitted this is a terrible.
This is a yes or no series of questions. Was this a colossal failure, yes or no?
Yes.
Was this tragedy preventable, yes or no?
Yes.
Has the Secret Service been transparent with this committee?
Yes.
Would you say the fact that we had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today as being transparent, yes or no?
I have always been
yes or no. You didn't want to answer the question.
Committee.
We had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today. That is not transparent, by the way. You stated earlier, Secret Service is not political. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say leaking your opening statement to Punchbowl News, Politico's Playbook, and Washington Post several hours before you sent it to this committee as being political, yes or no?
I have no idea how my statement got out.
Well, that's bullshit. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record articles by Punchbowl News, Political Playbook, Washington Post, all done at 5:24 a.m., 6:12 a.m., 6:34 a.m., a solid 3 to 4 hours before this committee got your statement.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay. Is the Secret Service fully cooperating with our committee?
Yes.
Okay, you say you're fully cooperating with this committee. On July 15th, this committee sent you a list of demands of information that we wanted. Has the Secret Service provided this committee a complete list of all law enforcement personnel that were there that day? Have you done that? Have you provided a list to the Oversight Committee? Yes or
I
no?
will have to get back to you on that.
That is a no. Have you provided all audio and video recordings in your possession to this committee, as we asked on July 15th? Yes or no?
I would have to get back to you.
That is a no. You're full of shit today. You're just being completely dishonest. Mr.
Chairman,
completely dishonest.
Mr. Chairman.
I want to.
I'm
Come
gonna
on.
We have to
continue.
maintain decorum in this committee, no matter
Have
how
you provided
upset we
any
get.
and all memos to this committee that we've asked you on July 15th? Have you provided all memorandums within the Secret Service?
I would have to get back to you on
That is a no. You are being dishonest or lying. Like you're being dishonest here with this committee. These are important questions that the American people want answers to, and you're just dodging and talking around it in generalities. And we had to subpoena you to be here, and you won't even answer the questions. We have asked you repeatedly to answer our questions. This isn't hard. These are not hard questions. Have you provided us all communications from the Secret Service related to that day and that rally? Have you provided this committee? We've asked for this information on July 15th. Have you provided any of this information that this committee has asked of the Secret Service? Any of it?
I'll have to get back to you.
Have you even read this letter that we sent you? Did you even read this?
Yes.
Okay. And you have said you don't know, you have no idea. Well, the answer is no. We haven't gotten a single document or piece of information or data from you or your agency in related to the rally that we have asked you for. So was this attempted assassination of Donald Trump a failure of training or execution or both?
I think that those are answers that we need to
Training,
examine.
execution, or both? Which one?
I think those are answers.
All
we
right.
need
How
to
many
determine.
how many Secret Service personnel have lost their jobs due to this colossal failure?
At this time, none.
How many Secret Service personnel have been required to take a refresher course on how not to let people shoot Donald Trump?
Our personnel are currently operational. We are examining the facts of this investigation, and we will make the changes necessary.
What time did law enforcement become aware that there was an individual on the roof with a clear line of sight to President Trump?
I am still verifying timelines.
Of course, 9 days in, you have no answers. How many minutes went by between the time law enforcement saw and took photos of crooks and the shooting? How many minutes?
I am still verifying timelines.
57 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Yep. Tear her a new one. All right. Did you hear that? Democrat Sheila Jackson was involved in the oversight of Secret Service. It's interesting that she was involved with the oversight of the Secret Service. There was a massive Secret Service failure and died 6 days after the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. And this was included in her opening statement.
A speedy recovery. I would be remiss if I did not also extend my condolences on the passing of your colleague, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee was always engaged in the oversight of the Secret Service, and her passing is a great loss to this body.
Yeah. Quinky dink? I don't think so. All right. Here's a little Scott Lebedo for you to get you fire burning just a little bit while I get this door closed so I don't have to listen to the generator. Here we go.
I'm sorry, not sorry. A lot of my Democratic friends are like, wow, you're so hard on us. You know, you should be a little, Listen to me. This just goes to prove how ignorant many of you are. Many of you Democrats who are screaming that Donald Trump and the Republicans are going to destroy democracy. They said it on The View. CNN said they're going to destroy democracy. Let me educate you, Democrats, you so-called smart intellectual people. You just voted for Joe Biden in the primary. I don't agree with your vote, but it's called fucking democracy. See? That's how it works. You, the people, get to pick your candidate. But what happened is, your government officials just told you to go down to the Bowery and suck a hobo's ball bag, because they are now picking the candidate that you didn't. They're picking the candidate that they want, not you, the people. So stick your democracy bullshit up your stinky fucking dumbass hole.
And he's right. The Democrats have been played big time. Big time. Because the way their primary was set up, and now they're getting ready to go into the DNC. I believe the DNC starts next week. I think it is. You know, and what's crazy is they're doing it in Chicago, which is crazy. Okay. Because Chicago is like done with the Democratic Party. Okay. They see what's going on. They see what they've done to their communities. They are recognizing, they are waking up big time. Yeah. Jeremy, I did not know about that. Jeremy says, am I the only person that's pissed off that we have chosen LeBron James to be the flag holder for the Olympics, the same person who hates America and kneels for the national anthem? I find that very odd and disrespectful. I won't be tuning in for that. Absolutely won't be tuning in. All right. Some more on that trial. Holy crap, Representative Fallen just buried Cheadle. Everybody burying this girl today. Here we go.
It's as telling as it is chilling. We have satellite images from the Butler Fairgrounds. Have you visited the site?
No, I have not.
9 days and you have not visited the site. You should have been there that night. Did you talk to that evening? Did you talk to the team, the heroes that surrounded the president? Did you call them that night?
They were still operational work.
So that's an answer is no. Did you call them the next day?
President. Yes, I spoke with.
You called them the very next day, not the day of, or was it 72 hours after?
I don't know the timeline, but I spoke with
Okay,
them
because you're under oath.
immediately following.
I think it was 72 hours after. You waited 3 days. What is immediately clear is that there are a number of structures that need to be secured. Of these, Director, other than the first, immediate four, what's the most dangerous site that should have been secured? Because security 101, you got to mitigate the high ground.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the next most dangerous site? What was the closest structure to the president, other than the four immediate ones that you had your counter sniper teams on?
There are a number of structures around that event site.
You know who the shooter knew? The shooter has visited the site 2 more times than you have, and he had a drone, and he picked the AGR building. So you said, do you remember in an ABC interview you did that you didn't have people on the roof of the AGR building because you were worried about safety because of the slope?
I recall that statement.
Okay. Does the Secret Service have written policy you can share with us about slope roofs?
No.
Okay. So why'd you act like there was one? Because is it your practice to comment on enormous events of enormous national implications when you're ignorant of the facts? That's rhetorical. So here's this thing with the slopes. You go all up to like 1812. You can go to a 112, which is about as flat as you can get without it being completely flat. And you're saying that there was a danger, safety concern there. But the problem is, Director, you put your counter snipers on a 312 roof, which is steeper than the 112. And by the way, the 112 is ADA compliant. You can build a ramp for a wheelchair on a 112 roof. So these are nothing but pathetic excuses, and they make no sense, and they're a bunch of cow dung. All the law enforcement I've spoken with over the last 9 days are amazed that the AGR rooftop was not secure. You want to know why? Because it's dangerous. I have never had any long gun training in my life. I own an AR-15, and last time I shot it one time my whole life. It was 6 years ago. That is until Saturday, where we recreated the events in Savoy, Texas. We recreated what happened in Butler. I was lying prone on a sloped roof at 130 yards at 6:30 at night. And I knew that he had a scope. I didn't know what kind, red dot or magnified. So I shot 8 rounds from both. You know what the result was? 15 out of 16 kill shots. And the one I missed would have hit the president's ear. That's a 94% success rate. And that shooter was a better shot than me. It is a miracle President Trump wasn't killed. Corey Torre's life is over because that damn shooter made it on the roof. And it wasn't the roof that was dangerous. It was the nut job on top of the roof. You know what else is dangerous? I believe your horrifying ineptitude and your lack of skilled leadership is a disgrace. Your obfuscating today is shameful. And you should be fired immediately and go back to Garden Doritos. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Go back to Garden Doritos. It's Cheetos, pal. It's Cheetos. Does this one go a little bit more?
That we need to have.
I know the questions, but you know, the fact of the matter is we can't have that confidence. Director, do you have the ability personally, and do you have the authority to beef up security of any of your protectees?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So were you also aware there was a credible threat President Trump was facing? He was facing a heightened security threat to a foreign adversary?
Yes.
Okay. So given that there was an increased threat to President Trump's life, was he provided a full security complement akin to what a sitting U.S. president would receive?
He was provided a full complement of security based on the threat assessment that we had.
That's not my
and
question.
the venue.
My question is, if he'd been the sitting president, would he have had the same security he had on July 13th, or would have been beefed up?
There is a difference between the
So he
sitting
did.
president
So your answer is he didn't.
and continuity of government and the responsibility
So he
that we
did
have.
not. Okay, there wasn't a CAT team, a full CAT team on site. There wasn't counter surveillance teams on site. But this is the thing. You just said you had the ability to beef up the security. You knew about the threat, and you didn't. And that's as telling as it is chilling. We have satellite images from the Butler Fairgrounds. Have you visited the site?
No, I have not.
9 days and you have not visited the site. You should have been there that night. Did you talk to, that evening, did you talk to the team, the heroes that surrounded the president? Did you call them that night?
They were still operational work.
So that's an answer is no. Did you call them the next day?
President. Yes, I spoke with.
You called them the very next day, not the day of, or was it 72 hours after?
I don't know the timeline, but I spoke with
Okay,
them
because you're under oath.
immediately
I
following.
think it was 72 hours after. You waited 3 days. What is immediately clear is that there are a number of structures that need to be secured. Of these, Director, other than the first, immediate 4, what's the most dangerous site that should have been secured? Because security 101, you got to mitigate the high ground.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the next most dangerous site? What was the closest structure to the president, other than the 4 immediate ones that you had your counter sniper teams on?
There are a number of structures around that event site.
You know who the shooter knew? The shooter has visited the site 2 more times than you have, and he had a drone, and he picked the AGR building. So you said, do you remember in an ABC interview you did that you didn't have people on the roof of the AGR building because you were worried about safety because of the slope?
I recall that statement.
Okay. Does the Secret Service have written policy you can share with us about slope roofs?
No.
Okay. So why'd you act like there was one? Because is it your practice to comment on enormous events of enormous national implications when you're ignorant of the facts? That's rhetorical. So here's this thing with the slopes. You go all up to like 1812. You can go to a 112, which is about as flat as you can get.
That and this part we already heard. So I wanted to get to the statements that he made beforehand that weren't picked up in the previous one. Yeah, chessboard, you're never going to take that image of her guarding a Cheetos bag from me ever. That's going to be in my mind forever and ever, ever. You remember this video from the other day? This is really fitting, especially now. Here we go.
Behold the Sucker-Lotter Cox, an idiotic figure who has served as the border czar with remarkable distinction. Now, as this withered old nutsack makes a forced exit from the filthy swamps of our nation's capital, the Sucker-Lotter Cox waits in the wings, poised to ascend the political scrotum pole after the current leader, affectionately referred to as the jackass, is retired due to his performance. However, what the Sucker-Lotter Cox and her rich benefactors fail to foresee is the brewing storm of public discontent. Having occupied the position of second in command of the most powerful nation on earth for nearly 4 years, the Sucker-Lotter Cox has squandered her tenure, achieving little beyond amusing the American people with her stunningly low intelligence.
This guy is good. He makes he makes some good stuff. All right, here's Peggy Dodson from this morning. I found this a little bit interesting. Here we go.
Hey everybody, it's Peggy. D, how you doing? I'm still in the airport. I'm on my way home. I got some breaking news. I'm tired. I'm so tired. I just need rest. I got some breaking news. There's a call that was happening now that I got 2 or 3 invites from different people that are not connected with each other. So there's this call going on tonight trying to galvanize Black women for Kamala. So, so that's what's happening. And the call is, let me see, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty from Ohio, Jasmine Crockett from Texas, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, and Donna Brazell, who is a political strategist. I know her. I don't know the other 2 congresswomen. I've met Donna a few times, but during the Democratic National Convention and just in different places. But so what they're doing is they said that some states have pledged their delegates to Kamala. This shit is going crazy. The Democrats and liberals are freaking out. This is the epic ending for them. They know it, but they're frailing. They're trying to do everything they can. So now what they're trying to do is to pull Black women. Didn't I tell you they were going to do this shit? They need the Black vote badly in order to win. That's why they kept us in a psyop for so long. So, so that's what's happening. So they're using these DEI bullshit. I don't know. I don't. DEI. I never knew what it was because I don't have a need to use it. I just I'm good at what I do, and I don't need any crutches. But or any kind of whatever you call what is it called where you have to you I don't know. I don't even know the names of this shit. I'm sorry. It's not in my atmosphere, but it's in everybody else's, some other people's that they use it because the Democrats have created that to create a racial wedge and to keep their racist race baiting shit going. Because if they can keep Black people angry about disenfranchisement, then they still have a hold over us. So instead of just, you know, so I didn't want to get into it. It's just, it's hard for everybody. I've had my instances, but I always have overcome everything. We always have challenges, but I'm digressing because I'm tired. But let me get back on the subject matter. That's another podcast for another time. But yeah, so that's what's happening. So they're doing this big coup, and they're having an emergency meeting. It's a national meeting, phone call, and I don't know if there's going to be an election. It's going to be an open convention, which is not going to only be Kamala. I think that's why they're panicking, because there's some other competitors coming out to run for president. So I don't know how that's going to happen with the Constitution, all that kind of stuff. If we really will have a election or anything like that. This is never about a 4-year election, everyone. This is about destroying the deep state. So don't think it's about a 4-year election. Yeah, we want President Trump has to get back in order to complete what he has to complete. But it's not about a 4-year election. This is about the destruction of the deep state. The industrial complex is done. It's done. They're done. This is just the I guess the mop up. The this is the last stake in the heart. If you have a vampire, a lot of them are vampires because they drink blood. So this is the stake in the vampire's heart. So that's what we are witnessing. We are witnessing this live. I could never script anything like this. I've been laughing all night because people are going in. People are going in. People are going in on Kamala. Nevertheless, this is what happened. I just want to let you know, breaking news. And once I get more information, I'll come back and give you some more information tomorrow when I'm in. Peace.
All right. That was Peggy Dodson. She puts out some great content. She's very well thought, very well spoken. I played that video for you guys at the beginning there, Killing the Mockingbird Media. Yep. All right. Cameron Vale says, breaking news. Here's the video footage ripped from YouTube I've been posting on here since 10:27 a.m. This footage was in possession of the New York Times for days, but they concealed. Video proves the initial reporting was fake. Full video analysis to follow. Let's see here. So there's a woman down there screaming his name, Crooks, Crooks. I wonder if anybody's talked to her yet. Need to find out who that woman was.
What a fucking sick world.
Dude, that's exactly why we need fucking Trump here.
Oh, the fucking Secret Service don't fuck around, man. They got right in the head. Holy shit.
Yeah.
And you see how nonchalantly that cop's walking. Look at how watch how nonchalant he's walking.
What a fucking sick world.
Dude, that's exactly why we need fucking Trump here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go walking.
Oh,
there's shots going off.
Around, they got right in the head.
Possibility of danger to the people.
Shit.
Yeah.
And these guys are just walking. Leads to more questions. You know, a hero isn't somebody who walks around. He's somebody who runs at the fire, not away from it. You know. All right. True Stormy Joe says, watch this on the Eye of the Storm. We've talked about how the Q posts were written with the ending first. What's part of the reason why we've said look for a change of batter and possible turn to HRC? Because she's in the few sets of Qs. Now watch the video. Here we go.
Okay, so ever since Eye of the Storm has come out, Absolute and I have been talking about how the Q drops are written in reverse order. And it's a big part of the reason why, you know, we've been out in front of change of batter and we've been out in front of Biden, you know, sliding out. And we've been talking about that it most likely is going to be Hillary who gets slid back as the nomination. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But here is something extremely interesting that leads us further proof to that. So the very first Q drops, people misunderstand how they worked here in the beginning. So let me explain. See, Q drop 1 was actually a reply to an anon on the board. Okay, so Q wrote 1 as a response. Okay, so what the anon, quote unquote, anon wrote, Hillary Clinton will be arrested 7:45 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. on Monday, the morning of October 30th, 2017. This was written at 3:33 p.m. Okay. Very first Q drop replies to that at 4:44 p.m. Okay. And that person, Q, writes, the HRC extradition already in motion, effective yesterday. Several countries in case of border run, passport approved, flagged effective 10:30, 12:01 a.m. Expect massive riots organized in defiance and others fleeing the U.S. to occur. U.S. military will conduct operations while National Guard is activated. Proof checked, locate National Guard member and ask if they've been activated for duty October 30th across most major cities. Okay. Second Q post. HRC is detained. She's not arrested yet. Where is Huma? Follow Huma. Has nothing to do with Russia yet. Okay. So main takeaways here. The very first Q was in a reply to this post by an anon. Okay. So Hillary Clinton today, in response to Joe Biden stepping out, where she endorses, Kamala, guess what? Hillary Clinton posted this. No way. At 3:33, the same time as this whole journey has started. 3:33 p.m. The same exact time the Q posts started chiming in. And they all, in the beginning, were talking about HRC. Oh my God, this is blazing.
That is an interesting connection. That is. All right, the man has a clear message. Here we go.
Y'all women, you better not do that bullshit. Don't do it. Do not do it. Yeah, you seen Biden dropped out. Do not vote for no Kamala. You have no idea. I'm telling you now, you have no idea what you're gonna cause. Yes, we're gonna stick together. That's an Indian woman. That ain't our people. Get away from that. Do not do it. This woman is more crooked than you think. Don't do it. Do not do it. Y'all feminists, do not do it. You have yourselves to blame. I really don't give a damn because I'm ready to go. This place has to go anyway. But I'm telling y'all, because y'all be complaining about, well, this and that, and the president didn't do. None of the presidents do anything. Why waste your time voting? You vote for that woman, watch what's going to happen. Watch what's going to happen. You have nobody but to blame yourself when it happens. Don't you vote for that damn witch. Don't vote for that. Y'all don't see the agenda? This will be the first female president. And then they try to say, oh, the first black female president. Nah. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. You ain't got to listen to me. You'll see. I'm warning y'all now, don't you vote for that devil there. Don't do it. You better do your research on that bitch. She's not what you think she is. That is a devil. Don't do it. I just saw something the other day. She got smoked at the podium. And this white woman is like, yeah, I think she said you had over 15,000 black men locked up in prison. And then when their prison sentence was done, you kept them in, you had them stay in prison longer to get free labor for the state. Nah, man, she ain't what you think she is. Don't vote for her. I'm telling you, do not vote for her. No. One menstrual cramp. Drop the nukes. No. I'll be back. There's more to talk about.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You know, this is the thing is that, you know, and he's accurate in the statements that he made. Okay. Catherine, thank you very much for that $25 donation. Thank you. That's another bag of dog food. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much. You know, this is the thing is that when Kamala was in as a prosecutor, he's accurate in saying that, you know, the extension of these guys' times in order to have free labor, you know, because in the prison system, okay, unlike the federal prison system, in the federal prison system, you don't get no jobs to do. Okay. You know, you don't get no jobs to do. You know, I mean, if you're there for a long time, you might get a kitchen job, you might get a maintenance job, you might get you know, you might work in the library, you might work, you know, but in the federal prison system or in the state prison system, you know, you make license plates, you know, you do community, different types of community work. Thank you, Benjamin. Love you, brother. You know, and stuff like that, right? And basically California, especially San Quentin, was known to, you know, what was known for building of highways and county roads and things like that. They were also known for clearing large swaths of forestry. They were now one good program that San Quentin had was their fire team. Their fire team was incredible fighting wildfires. Okay, you know, and the state really didn't have to watch them all that much. All they had to do was have a set perimeter around the fire area to make sure that none of them got away. But to this day, there's never been a report as to how many of those firemen died while battling those fires. Okay. Yeah, Johnny Cash outed San Quentin in regards to a whole lot of things, especially the sexual abuse that was going on, and then the drugs that were going through the prison, and the lack of God. The lack of God. You know, after Johnny's album about San Quentin came out, and he did his live appearance there in the prison, they actually bumped up the different services and the different religions in order to make sure that that everybody was accommodated. And I think that that's incredible. Thank you, Sherry. Wow, you guys are awesome. I love you guys. Yeah, that's you have no idea how much. I don't expect it. And I am beyond grateful. You know, I said this at the beginning, you know, we are all struggling in many ways. You know, whether it is being able to provide properly for children, being able to provide properly for our household, being able to provide for our pets, being able to provide to keep a roof over your head, being able to, you know, so many things, you know, with this farm shut down, you know, this has actually been the hardest time for me because when I'm working, I stay healthier. Okay. I stay healthier. Both body and spirit are a lot stronger when I have physical labor that I get to do, and shutting down the farm was probably the hardest decision that I ever made in my entire lifetime, because I knew that the patients that depended on me providing for them, and then the neighbors that I gave fruits and vegetables to, were dependent on me as well. But all it took was a $12,000 electric bill for 1 month of having power on for me to say, I can't, there's no way to sustain this. There's no way to raise 12 grand a month to pay for the power. And it all boiled down to I was listed as a medical farm, but what they did was they turned around and listed me as a recreational cannabis grower. And as soon as they did that, my prices changed, my taxes changed, everything all the way down the line. And when I saw that, to go from $4,500 a month to $12,000 a month, I didn't have a choice. And I'm not ashamed to say this, because I am so grateful. These last 3.5 years, I would not have survived. And I'll put this out there first and foremost, Auntie Wells, Benjamin, you know him as Tennessee Ridge Runner, Miss Mindersu, primarily were the ones who kept me afloat through all of this. And you guys have no idea how appreciated you are. None. No idea. I can't express it in words. I really can't. I would not have my dogs. Tammy, you're another one. Tammy 621. It's huge. And I don't ever see a way that I could ever repay the debt that I owe you guys. And doing this is the only way that I can even come close. It's the only way. So I work day in and day out, trying to gather as much as I can in order to make sure that I'm providing the best that I can and give as much back to this community as I possibly can. And, I am beyond grateful to all of you. I really am. It's, give me a second to catch my breath, all right? Yes, Gabriel, I love you too. The dog one of the dogs got to get a piece of this, right? All right, let's get moving on here. All right, Matt Wallace says absolutely wrecked. This is a short clip. This is oh geez, I cannot remember his name. Is his name on here? See, I hate it when they don't put context to it. You know what I mean? I like it when they state who's speaking because I don't know all these people's names. So, all right, here we go.
Because Donald Trump is alive, and thank God he is, you look incompetent. If Donald Trump had been killed, you would have looked culpable. There is no aspect of this that indicates that there has been any protection to Donald Trump. The threat was identified before he took the stage, and the shooter was only killed after Donald Trump himself was killed. Not only should you resign, if you refuse to do so, President Biden needs to fire you because his life, Donald Trump's life, and all the other people which you protect are at risk because you have no concept of the aspect that the security footprint needs to be correlated to the threat. I yield back. Because Donald Trump is alive, and thank God he is.
Playing it the second time on purpose.
If Donald Trump had been killed, you would have looked culpable. There is no aspect of this that indicates that there has been any protection to Donald Trump. The threat was identified before he took the stage, and the shooter was only killed after Donald Trump himself was killed. Not only should you resign, if you refuse to do so, President Biden needs to fire you because his life, Donald Trump's life, and all the other people which you protect are at risk because you have no concept of the aspect that the security footprint needs to be correlated to the threat. I yield back. Because Donald Trump...
You see what he laid out there, right? He is basically laying a path forward for her removal right there. I like how he did that. All right, Conservative Ant wants to know, did anybody tell Joe, though? I love this guy. Okay. I could see myself sitting down across the table from him and having some really fun and serious conversations, and I don't say that, about a whole lot of people, but I really like his attitude. He is a very positive patriot. Okay. And what you do in your bedroom is your own business. Okay. But what he has done in showing the bias that he even suffers from his own community because of his beliefs, and he is so standing strong. I respect this young man. I really, really respect him and his opinion. So here we go. Conservative Ant.
Good morning. Last day in Chicago, headed to Florida tomorrow, back home. But we're going to kidnap my cousins and take them with us. They know now that they're being kidnapped. We surprised them with tickets. Anyway, hello, JoJo. Do you know that you stepped out yesterday? We haven't heard from you, bro. Do you know? Are you good? Because this is one of the most historic events, and you just put a letter up on X, which a friend just told me is not up on X anymore. But do you know that they told you to step out? I don't know if you have any idea, bro. I'm here to tell you, Joe. You dropped out. You were supposed to be the one that was strong for your people. Remember? You said you're not going nowhere. Yeah. You said that you needed to continue to do your thing. So your thing, whatever Bidenomics or whatever, destroying the country, another term. So you're gone now. So you should probably tell everybody, or somebody should tell you. I don't know. I was just concerned. I haven't seen. Are you okay? All right.
And he does it in a way that he makes you chuckle. He makes you laugh, and right now we need those chuckles. We need those giggles. We need those laughs, because we get to a point where, we're so bombarded with all the drama and everything else that we forget to find any joy in our lives. It's, this is one of the reasons why I spoke out to Pat earlier today was, because we all are going through our own things. Some of us are going through spiritual changes, right? Some of us are going through financial changes. Some of us are going through housing changes. Some of us are going vehicle changes, problems with vehicles. I mean, Slow Country, as a prime example, has in the time that I have talked with him over the last year, there has not been a week that I've talked to him where one of the two vehicles that they have has to be repaired. The good thing is he's got something to focus on. The bad thing is that takes away from his family, and what they have for expenses, to raise that family and be happy, So it's like we have distractions coming at us, and we force ourselves to sit down and keep up with this stuff. And it is a constant bombardment of political drama, okay, medical drama, financial drama, housing drama, and illegal immigrants drama, and where in the hell is the military drama? Because how many times, think about it like this, and you can type in a number if you can answer it. Okay. I'm sure that people would like to know, how many times a week do you say to yourself, why in the hell hasn't the military stepped in yet? How many times a week does that go through your head? Just on the spur of a moment, you could be sitting on the toilet and say, why in the hell hasn't the military stepped in? You could be cooking dinner and say, why in the hell hasn't the military stepped in? Our sons and daughters are out there armed and ready to do the job, but the upper echelon is stopping them from stepping in and doing something in order to save this country before it's demise. Now, those of us that have been following Q and, it's Billy Jack says, bring in the fucking Boy Scouts, anything to show any kind of concern from any type of federally owned or operated, kind of thing. Now, our National Guard, that's not necessarily federal. They can be activated as federal, but those are up to the states. Okay. So we saw Greg Abbott activate his National Guard and bring in National Guard from other states in order to help them try to secure the border. We haven't heard nothing about that in how long now? It's been 4 months since we've heard any reporting on regards to Eagle Pass, the small military encampment that they built down there and all that. We haven't heard anything. I'm almost ready to say to Dave, maybe you should take another drive down to Eagle Pass and see what's going on there. Maybe run into that old couple again, find out from them how things have been going, get a second interview with them. Here we go 6 months later, right? I think it was about 6 months ago that Dave was down there, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Dave, take a drive down there, find out what's going on down there. Why haven't we heard anything about Eagle Pass lately? Why haven't we heard anything about the military encampment that they were building down there? Much less all the people that were walking across the bridge and into the country at that time. You know what I mean? So why haven't we been updated on this? We are seeing more reports about people going into Arizona and more people going into California, but we're not hearing anything about the Texas border anymore. Why? Why is this all of a sudden a very quiet topic? You know, and it's like, whoa, you know, that's a very, very, I think that that's a very important question. And I think that that's something that deserves an answer. I think that we should know what's going on in Eagle Pass, especially knowing the numbers that we're coming across, thousands a day in that particular area, that all of a sudden, you know, like within 3 weeks after Dave and April and all them guys were down there, then all of a sudden we haven't heard anything since then. Nothing at all. I don't know. I'm almost ready to pick up the phone and call Dave and say, Dave, have you thought about making another trip down to Eagle Pass just to see what's really going on down there? You know, and why we haven't heard any reporting out of there? You know, it might not be a bad idea. It's just, you know, something to think about. All right. Script Keeper says RFK is asked about allegations that he sexually assaulted his child's nanny. He says, I'm not a church boy. I have many skeletons in my closet I'm not going to talk about. What? Wait a minute. But in your political position, you talked about Donald Trump being accused of raping somebody, but you're not going to talk about the skeletons in your own closet. I got some problems with that.
I've said this from the beginning. I am not a church boy. I am not running like that. I said I had a very, very rambunctious youth. I said in my announcement speech that I have so many skeletons in my closet that if they could all vote, I could run for king of the world.
You're talking there about the nanny situation. I mean, I do have to ask her. I mean, are you denying it or not?
I'm not going to comment on it.
All right. Well, I gave you the opportunity, and
I've said this from the beginning.
So my question is, was he ever charged for it? Was he ever charged for it? And he's holding political office after committing a sexual assault against a nanny that was there to watch his kids? I got some questions here. TG says they are so-called trying to wake more people. Okay. But in my opinion, at this point, who's awake are awake. And those that are not, well, we will be here for them to help them get through it. And that's the thing. And that's what we've always tried to promote with this channel, is that instead of being the people to say, I told you so, I told you so, I told you so, it's, hey, why don't you come in and let's sit down and have a cup of coffee or have a beer or whatever. Now, I'm not a drinker, you know, and I don't keep alcohol here, and I don't allow alcohol on the farm. You know, but I'd sit down with a cup of coffee and talk with you and show you a bunch of things and show you how I started researching. And if that's going to inspire you to research on your own, absolutely, I'll do that. The I told you so's, those for the times that you're having a campfire, you know, in your backyard and your friends are gathered around and everything. And somebody says, oh, do you remember when? And it's like, yeah, I told you so. Ha ha ha. And everybody's laughing. That's the laughing I told you so, right? We don't want to belittle the people that are just waking up, because what is that going to do? That's going to drive them to go right back to sleep. You know, the time is going to come where they are going to come forward and ask questions. And I would rather be there to meet them with answers than criticism, because criticism doesn't get us anywhere when it comes to a person being awakened and informed and then being able to make good, proper decisions moving forward. You know, it's way too important. way too important, way, way, way too important. And this guy, this just proves to me that this is definitely not the guy that we want in office. All right. Libs of TikTok says TikToker has a complete meltdown because Joe Biden dropped out.
He dropped out! He dropped out! Joe Biden, please! Gen Z, we need to band together. Please. He was for Gen Z's first president.
It's a guy, not a girl. This guy, this guy who has painted nails and everything else, yeah, just, and I'm not trying to make fun of him, but these are the people who need help. These are the people who need help. And we're not here to make fun of people with mental health problems. We're not. We are going to get a chuckle or two out of them. Absolutely. But the fact of the matter is people need to be helped. Rick, that's a guy. You didn't see the beard growing? Unless it's a chick who's taking hormones to grow hair. Yeah. All right. Joe Rambo says, part 1, do you believe in coincidence? The last president to drop out of running for a second term was LBJ. There is a mountain of evidence that LBJ made the call to assassinate JFK. And some believe he was the most corrupt president in American history. He was JFK's VP, and JFK himself was investigating him. After the assassination, the investigations disappeared, and LBJ was inaugurated on Air Force One. I believe whoever is writing the script we are watching play out currently is also giving us hints to dig back on American history and see how we got where we are today. This rabbit hole is deep. I'm only just starting to dig. But between subterfuge, bigotry, lying, intimidation, stolen election, and possibly murder, I can't think of anyone who fits historically what we are watching today than this man. Side note, his big play was to ensure continuity of government through the JFK murder.
Kennedy won his unquestionable close election against Vice President Richard M. Nixon due to reported widespread fraud and vote buying by his father, former Prohibition bootlegger and U.S. Ambassador to Great Britain Joseph Kennedy Sr., who recruited his mafia friends through mob boss Sam Giancana in major cities like Chicago to bundle ballots and coerce voters. But LBJ had more problems, as the new Attorney General, Robert F. Kennedy, was already investigating Johnson and his associates for a multitude of crimes, and they had Democrats support in Congress for members who hated Johnson. These investigations went away after JFK was killed. On November 22, 1963, Kennedy was shot and killed while riding in a motorcade in Dallas, Texas. Johnson was then sworn in as president later that day aboard Air Force One. It has always been assumed, and at least one member of the Warren Commission believed, that LBJ was behind the hit because he hated Kennedy and because of the investigations into his criminal activities. Defeating Republican candidate Barry Goldwater by more than 15 million votes in the 1964 presidential election, Johnson introduced a slate of new reforms that he said would build a great society for all Americans. Johnson was looking to run for re-election, and he needed to have secure black votes not yet convinced by his getting the Civil Rights Act of 1964 passed through the House of Representatives approved with bipartisan support by a vote of 290 to 130. All Republicans and only a few Democrats voted for the bill. This was later revised in 1968 to aid Native Americans. But the bill had to pass the Senate, and Johnson needed Republican support because his fellow Democrats were not on board. The bill then moved to the U.S. Senate, where Southern and border state Democrats staged a 75-day filibuster against it. This was one of the longest filibusters in U.S. history, and Senator Robert Byrd of West Virginia, a former Ku Klux Klan member, spoke for over 14 consecutive hours, arguing against civil rights for blacks.
Interesting. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, I'd like to dig a little bit more into that as the day goes on today. I might get some time this evening to go through some stuff in regards to that. It's piqued my curiosity more into LBJ, absolutely, and leading up to Nixon as well. You know, that could be very, very, you know, because who did they bring in when Nixon was done? It was wasn't it Spiro Agnew? Spiro Agnew was his vice president, and they got rid of Spiro Agnew, and they ended up moving Gerald Ford into the position. You know, yeah, just yeah, kind of crazy. Yeah. All right. Let's talk about Kamala's donations and why the leaders of the Democrat Party haven't endorsed her. This could be interesting. I like Shipwreck. I love how she does her videos and stuff too. Dave was telling me we need to start making clips like this and start putting them up as well. And I agree with him. I just I guess I'm kind of set in my ways, but you know, changes that are good and beneficial and everything I'll work on, you know, see how it goes. So here we go.
As you're waking up this morning, you're probably seeing headlines like this talking about how Kamala Harris is hitting record numbers in donations in a record amount of time. I think Harry's Sisson even made a video about it, which is no surprise. He jumped ship pretty quick from the great ship Joe Biden to a great ship Kamala Harris. No loyalty, right? $50 million after Biden's exit. And if you're out here and you're like, dang, like, don't be. I remember a couple weeks ago when the super PACs and the superstars said that they were going to stop donating to Joe Biden until he dropped out, to the tune of $90 million. Remember when there was articles about calls that were being had to these donators who were like, hey, you ready to donate? And they were like, you know what? That debate was terrible. No, we're going to hold off. We're just going to wait until you guys do something different. The money that Kamala Harris is getting right now is the payment for Joe Biden dropping out, but only some of it. Kamala has raised, what, 50 million? There was about 90 million or a little more that was being withheld. So where's the other 40 million? Also, why haven't Barack and Michelle Obama endorsed Kamala? Just about everybody else did, except for the major leaders of the Democratic Party, including Nancy Pelosi and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. They thanked Biden for his service as if he did a lot of people. Like, that whole conversation from a lot of these people is very, very strange. It feels very in memorandum. They haven't endorsed Kamala. Maybe they're waiting to see how much money she can raise in donations before they endorse her, or maybe they got somebody else in mind and this is just a stopgap. The problem with picking somebody other than Kamala Harris at this point means that they would lose all of that donation money. So they've got to have a plan for that. Either I think the donation money gets returned to the people who donated it, or it gets donated to a charity of some sort. It means if they have a different person in mind, that person would have to have enough money to run their campaign pretty much on their own, because we're kind of out of time. Which leaves the Obamas and the Clintons. And I hate saying it, that leaves a nasty taste in my mouth. But the fact that they didn't endorse her right away like everybody else did has me really concerned. But I guess we'll find out. Toodles.
Very interesting. I didn't know that campaign donations were given to charitable organizations, but I mean, if Joe's going to end up donating his 40 million to a charitable organization, you know, it's going to end up going to the NGOs that are funneling people into this country, or it's going to be donated to a charity to help my son Hunter while he's in prison. kind of thing. Yeah. Well, All right. My pillow. Mike Lindell is with Laura Loomer. Let's take a listen and see what he's got to say today.
And then lastly, we just saw an announcement that Elon Musk is going to be committing over $45 million to a PAC in support of President Trump every single month from now till the end of the election. Obviously, you're a very successful, wealthy man, the CEO of MyPillow. Do you have any plans to make any announcements for any larger contributions to President Trump or a PAC in the near future?
No, I put given every dime I've had. I don't have any money left. It's all went to save this country. We need help.
A lot of people don't know that.
LindellPlan.com. We need help. I need to get everything I've done. I've got $40 million every dime I had into it. We've got to get it to the finish line. I would expect everyone out there, you want to put your money in something that's going to help Donald Trump and help our country. This is to secure our elections, and that's LindellPlan.com.
And that is true. A lot of people don't know how much money you've put into this since 2020, but not only just donating directly to President Trump, but sponsoring election integrity conferences, donating to creators, giving creators a portion of your MyPillow sales so that they could, have support for their independent journalism. I know you're a really humble guy, but let's just put a dollar amount to this. How much money do you think you've put into?
Like 40 million.
40 million.
Yeah, 40 million. That's not that's not counting my lawsuits where they've been sued, remember, for $4 billion, right? And so MyPillow has been the most attacked company in history, employee-owned company. This last year, we were attacked more than 21, if you can imagine, when all the box stores canceled. They came after us. Now, why are they coming after us when the 2020 election, obviously their CEO can't get that flipped. So what's the reason they would be attacking MyPillow? To shut me up about the plan to get rid of the electronic voting machines. Right. And that's it. And you mentioned Elon Musk. I want to tell everybody, 2 weeks ago, he's made 4 tweets now that we have to get rid of him. I wonder if they're going to sue him for billions of dollars, right? But
they're trying to shut him down, right? They tried to have lawsuits and stop him from maintaining ownership of X. So we'll see.
Yeah, I want a meeting with him so bad. I've reached out to him and I said, hey, Elon, I'd like to meet and show you all my efforts and everything for the last 3.5 years. Then he can see the magnitude. He already knows we have to get rid of him, but to see the magnitude of if we don't, we don't want 4 years of of a reprieve, a Band-Aid, so to speak, and then they still have these machines.
Well, Elon has said that President Trump calls him all the time, so you should just text President Trump and say, "Hey, Elon you call Elon all the time.
We need to have a call.
Have him put him on a group chat, and then you guys can meet together."
Right. No, that'd be awesome.
You should just ask President Trump to set up the meeting for you.
Yeah, that would be awesome, and I will probably do that because it's too important to our country. Elon needs to know.
We'll tweet this out too, because now I'm going to hit 1 million followers on X today. I'm going to finally reach 1 million after being banned for years and years and years. And we'll make sure that we post this video and we'll tag Elon. And hopefully this video and this interview gets millions of views. And hopefully, Elon, if you're watching this, you will meet with Mike Lindell and talk about ways that you can outlaw the voting machines.
Yeah, absolutely. We have I would say, hundreds of thousands of hours. I have over 300,000 people on the ground in all 50 states. And all of their efforts, I think, to show what we have to Elon, I think it would be so important to the country, the world, and to helping save everything and secure our elections.
Wonderful. Well, Mike, thank you so much for your support of President Trump. Thanks so much for your support of, election integrity and all the great conservative patriots that you fund and support.
Well, thank you. What's the promo code for the MyPillow?
MyPillow.com/Loomer.
There you go.
MyPillow.com/Loomer. Exactly.
Yeah, we got our new products just came out. So
I got to get a new dog bed. You know what? It's very unfortunate, but Loomer the bulldog peed all over her MyPillow bed, so I got to buy her a new one.
Wash them, right?
I know, but she's peed on it a lot. I don't know how many times I can wash it.
They're guaranteed for 10 years.
So I need to get her another one. All right. So Loomer the bulldog won't have to sleep in her own pee. All right, Mike. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Anne Marie asked, Hawk, can I have your pain recipe? And if you send me an email to, hang on, I'm going to put my email up on the screen. If you send me an email, I will email you the recipe. Absolutely. Now, I don't know if you live in a state that has either legalized recreational or if they have medical cannabis in it, but cannabis is the main source for my salve. Basically, I cook the cannabis down in olive oil in a crock pot for 24 hours. Sometimes I'll go longer, depending on how my schedule is. And then I add in arnica oil, vitamin E, beeswax, and I get rid of I pull the cannabis out of there. But the olive oil is completely infused with the medical properties from the cannabis. And then I add the arnica oil and the vitamin E. The vitamin E is to allow quick absorption of the medicine. So usually when you have pain, if you put it on where the injury is, then within about 5 minutes, that pain is already subsiding. Within about 10 minutes, the pain is gone and generally stays gone anywhere between 8 to 12 hours at a time. Just send me an email to that email that's on the screen there, and I'm happy to share my recipe. That was one of the things that my partners were always, back at the beginning of coming to this farm, were upset with, was because I always gave my recipe away. But that was the way I was taught to be about being a cannabis producer for patients, was that it's more important to make sure that the medicine gets out to the people than it was to profit off of it. I took a bunch of jars in, and I did have to accumulate, what the costs were for me to make a batch and everything else. And I basically broke it down to the 28 jars that I was able to fill from the amount that I was making at a time. I was getting 28 to 30 jars per batch that I made. And I had an overstock. So I took some into a dispensary, and I told them, I says, these will sell at, $40 a jar. Well, they sold out in a day. In a single 24-hour period, they sold out of my jars. Okay. And they sold them at $120 a jar, making a huge mega profit. Dispensaries are rip-offs big time. So if you have the ability to produce your own medicine, absolutely produce your own medicine, because they're only in it for the dollars. They don't care about what product they sell you unless they make the products themselves. And this is where that story that I was just telling you kind of has a hiccup. Okay. I get a call the next day, and the guy says to me to go ahead, come and pick up my money. They sold out. So I grabbed 2 more flats of salve and went in, and I said, well, I brought you 2 more flats if you sold out in 24 hours. And he says, no, he says, I can't take any more. And I said, why? He says, because I can't sell my products. Basically, what he was telling me is his product doesn't work. People have to come back and buy it over and over and over and over and over. Whereas 1 jar of mine lasts anywhere between 30 to 90 days, depending on how many days in a row you have to use it. And yeah, that was crazy to see that, but I will tell you that amazingly, it absolutely is amazing what this plant is capable of doing. And one of my biggest things in creating this salve recipe was I was watching a lot of vets get bottles of, they were getting 90-day supplies of Oxycontins, lorazepam, and diazepam, and everything was an opiate. Everything was an opiate. And you could tell every time these guys were not on that opiate, you could tell that they were out of medicine. And the biggest thing was that, when I saw that a vet was addicted, I would give them, a certain amount of smokables and said, every time you feel the need to try and reach or find pills, I want you to pull out one of these joints and smoke that instead. And over a 30-day period, their addiction was gone. Plus using the salve on the part that they had pain with. You know, I have amputees that still come to me today, okay, that lost a leg or lost an arm, lost a hand, you know, that when, at phantom pain was a huge one. You know, they would come in and they would describe their phantom pain in a way that even I could understand it. I got all my limbs, okay, and they explained it in a way that I could clearly understand it. So I altered the salve. I increased the dosage of arnica oil that I was using, and then also increased the amount of cannabis that I was putting in the salve to start with. And we saw that the phantom pain was gone. And what's cool is after a short period of use, like 7 to 9 days in a row of putting it on 2 to 3 times a day, their phantom pain is gone and doesn't return, because the absorption of the arnica oil, the vitamin E oil, and the cannabis going to work on those nerve endings that had been severed because of their injuries, it was healing them, and it stopped that phantom pain from continuing. Here we are a couple of years later. I still have these guys. They'll come out and get some. And I'm like, is the phantom pain back? They're like, no, that never came back. This is just, I got an ache in my back, or I got an ache in my hip. I got my knee hurts, or something like that. And that's where, that all goes. It was never, ever about making a product to make bank off of. It was always about making a product and coming up with a recipe that was the most effective for as many injuries as possible, to cover the wider spectrum, instead of it just focusing on, certain things. People with migraines, they'll come and they'll get a jar and they'll just put a little bit on each temple. They'll do a little bit across the top of the eyebrows, all the way across the forehead, right? And then they'll dab some underneath the pressure point where on the ear, and then a little dab at the bottom of your hairline, on the back of your hairline, there on your neck. And they were telling me that their headaches were gone within 30 minutes, when normally they would be in bed for a day or 2 days, even 3 days, from it. So yeah, it's, and the thing was it wasn't about with using this app. It's not about getting high. It's about getting rid of the pain without being high. That's huge when you can get away from the opiates, not get high, and have your pain removed. What does that give you? That gives you your life back. It gives you the ability to go hiking, to go walking, to go fishing, to go boating, to do whatever. Play with your kids. It's getting the life back. That's what it's all about, and that's where medical should be. It was always about that. When Doc Baker went to the Ingalls to cure Laura of the pneumonia, how did Mrs. Ingalls pay him? She gave him a young chicken. Okay? She gave him a young chicken to take home. Okay? Doc Baker valued that chicken so much because not only did she give him a good dinner if he decided to cook the chicken as it was, okay, but what else did she do? She gave him eggs every day. There you go. You got breakfast every single day. That's no different than teach a man to fish or give a man a fish. You give a man a fish, he only eats that day. You teach a man to fish, he gets to eat every day. So what did Doc Baker get? He was enabled. Okay? And that was from a hatchling that she raised. Right? You know, and that's just using it in the context of what that particular episode was about. You know, and Kathy Leander says, I smoke more pot because of my pain. Gummies don't work. And Kathy, I get a lot of people who say that. I get a lot of people who tell me that the edible side of it does not work for them as well as smoking it or with a salve. And that's for some injuries, that's the way it goes, you know. But you know, the idea of it is that we help each other in every way possible. You know, compassion of man is going to supersede profit of man. Those are the days that we need to see. The compassion of mankind. To care about our neighbors, irregardless if they're another religion or another ethnicity or whatever, taking care of our neighbors. That's when the question comes, what would Jesus do? He'd heal them. Did he ask for money for the healings that he did? No, he never once asked for money for the healings that he provided. Most of them, he told them, keep it secret. Don't tell anybody. But as his time was coming to an end, that's when he basically started, yeah, you can tell everybody, okay? To resurrect Lazarus, okay, was the final straw for the Sanhedrin. This guy's raising dead people. We got to get rid of him. Why? Because the Sanhedrin was making profit off of the people beyond anything that anybody ever possibly imagined. The riches and the wealth that were acquired by the Sanhedrin from the community of Israelites was so far beyond anything that anybody could imagine. Riches that all disappeared. All disappeared. And at the same time that the Sanhedrin was taken from the people, the Romans were taken from the people. No wonder why those people were suffering so bad. But we get the same thing. We're actually living under the same exact system because we've got our we've got our religious leaders pulling their shenanigans, and we got our governments pulling their shenanigans. We got private corporations like the IRS and the Fed controlling our money system and our taxing system. All of these things need to go. And the compassion of man needs to step up and step out and do the right thing every time. Not just some of the times, every time. Without reward, step up and do the right thing. Everything else will fall into place. Everything. Moving on. All right. Gateway Pundit, I'm not going to get into this article too much. I'm just going to read you the headline for it. I will, however, drop you the link for this because I think that this is a very good article. I have a hard time reading the text on their stuff. I don't know what it is, but it actually hurts my eyes to read their screen, and I'm not sure what it is. All right, Gateway Pundit says, did we just witness a coup? Joe Biden resigns from 24 race with a tweet on X that was not posted on official letterhead, and his signature is being questioned. Well, it seems kind of funny that yesterday when I was reading that statement that I said to you guys that this isn't on official letterhead. That was the first clue for me. So I'm very curious as to see what direction that this is going to go. Is Joe Biden going to come out and say, that's not me? I did not write that letter. Somebody else wrote that letter and put my name on it. Could be very, very interesting. Val says, Hawk, forgive me, but I don't recall you ever mentioned in the past that it helps with migraines. Wish to God there was a way to get that, because migraine can last up to a week. But mailed to Cali. Well, if you're in Cali, if you're in California, you guys have both recreational and medical there. So you can actually go into a dispensary and buy the cannabis in order to make the salve at home. You can go in there and buy it from the store, and then take it home and make your own salve at home, because you're not going to find my recipe in the store. You know what I mean? That's just, yeah. Yeah, Larry Schultz says he is held hostage. That's good, possibly. Well, I think he has been, but I also believe this. Joe's dead, and he's been dead for a while. This is an actor that we're seeing in there, and that when that's revealed, it's going to be like the end of a Scooby-Doo movie or a cartoon, At the end of every episode, they went to the bad guy and pulled off the mask. Mr. Whipple! How dare you? What were you thinking? Yeah. All right. Extremely disturbing details about how Kamala Harris, as California's top prosecutor, failed to prosecute a single case of child sex abuse by pedophiles. Her office went even further by hiding the records documenting these sex crimes against children. Let's go. Let's cover this.
My career has been based on an understanding, one, that as a prosecutor, my duty was to seek and make sure that the most vulnerable and voiceless among us are protected. And that is why I have personally prosecuted.
Should I put this in my pocket? Yeah. Not outside.
I have personally prosecuted violent crime that includes rape, child molestation, and homicide. And I have also worked my entire career to reform the criminal justice.
I was born and raised Catholic. All my relatives were Catholic. I believed in God. That was my life. I was accepted to Salesian High School, which to me was an honor. Almost immediately after I got to the high school, I was befriended by the vice principal, Father Steve Whelan. The very first incident, I was playing pool and he masturbated in front of me. And I was scared to death. I stood there frozen. I was just a little 70-pound runt. I looked across the room and I thought, geez, I need some help. And Brother Sal Belanti was watching and enjoying it. And later I found out he was a serial molester rapist himself. When he got out of the PE to go into the showers, he would watch me. He would make comments about me undressing. Then he started calling me into his office and telling me I was bad in class and what am I going to do for him. And then he would attack me. He would stick his hands down my pants. He would just molest me. And then he would tell me if anything happened, nobody would believe my word against the priest. And I believed him. This escalated. He started getting more violent and more rough. And the very last time he attacked me, he dragged me into the room. I actually blacked out and floated away while he was molesting and raping me. I just gave up on Catholicism. I gave up on God. I lost all sense of spirituality. I went with another victim to Terrence Hallinan's office, the DA's office in San Francisco. And we were introduced to Hallinan and another DA's assistant who told us they virtually had all these boxes, about like a room full of files that they had gathered and collected and subpoenaed from the Diocese of San Francisco on all these priests. Bishop Levada at that time was the highest ranking bishop in the United States. Then he became cardinal. So this was the top guy. This was the kingpin in the United States. And we had a champion here that was going to go after him. We thought, well, this is going to go somewhere. These guys are going to be punished. They're going to be held accountable. They're going to be prosecuted.
38-year-old Kamala Harris came out of nowhere and was swept into office as San Francisco's district attorney.
In 2004, Kamala Harris was elected. Everything just went down the tubes. I started out by writing a letter asking for some help or some accessibility to the file. I didn't get any response. So then we made posters and started putting them all over the city, and we got no response. Several media members were also asking for files and stuff, and they were getting nothing. So in 2010, there was a big article in San Francisco Weekly, and they were pestering her office. And then what they got was this false statement that they were protecting victims. It's just a flat out insult. She could have redacted the names, blacked out the names and left them out. Everything he did to gather information and to try and prosecute and go after them disappeared and went the other way. She shielded and protected them, and we were floored at what happened.
We also want to make sure that when a woman is raped, a child is molested, one human being is killed by another human being, we also want to make sure there's going to be consequence and serious consequence for those crimes.
Her participation in going after clergy or predators of the Catholic Church or bishops who had enabled these people was less than zero. I would like her to produce one clergy abuser or one bishop that she's even tried to prosecute. I'd like to hear it.
Joey Piscatelli is one of several survivors of sexual abuse by clergy for the San Francisco Archdiocese who spoke to The Intercept about their experiences. The Archdiocese denied trying to influence Harris's office to withhold the records. The Harris campaign did not respond to multiple requests for comment. Read the full story at theintercept.com. Yep. And this is the thing is that, I sat here and I told a good part of my story one night with Dave. And while I was telling my story, Dave was pulling up the Archdiocese records for Hartford, Connecticut, and was actually showing on screen the proof that I made reports to the police and to the state police and to the Archdiocese about this activity going on, that I was being molested and raped continuously. He also pulled up the Hartford Current article, interview that was done with me in regards to it, which was done in 2004. He also, pulled up a whole bunch of other information. While we were live, Dave was able to find all the information on the internet and pull it up in front of everybody and show everybody that this was all factual, that everything that I was stating was 100% truth. Okay. And I'll never see any justice for what happened to me. Felix McGuire is dead. He was the ringleader at that time, for my personal case. Okay. The porn shop owner who was involved, he's dead. He died of old age as well. So I'll never see justice for that ever, and honestly, there's no amount of money that can compensate me for the turmoil of my life, because I looked at love a lot different than how other people looked at it. Okay. I was married 3 times. My first 2 marriages were pretty much destroyed by my past coming forward about this. Okay. We're completely destroyed. And my third marriage ended a lot differently. But the fact of the matter is that to see prosecutors that intentionally support these sexual activities going on with children has got to come to an end, and there has to be some prosecution for that. That these prosecutors that did not go and fulfill their obligation and fulfill their oath need to be charged and removed and never allowed to practice law in this country again under any circumstance. I don't care if they switch to tax law or whatever kind of law. They should be practicing in absolutely no law. Any judge who covered up, protected, and denied a victim their rights as a human being should be removed from the bench and never allowed to practice law again. Period. So I understand exactly what this guy has gone through and what he experienced, because even with it being published in the Hartford Courant, the largest newspaper in the state of Connecticut, okay, and it also being run in the New Haven Register, the New London Day, okay, and the Norwich Bulletin, the 3 largest newspapers for the state of Connecticut, okay, it being there, it being on the news, okay, being run on the news for about a week. It was run on the news, okay, nothing was ever done. Now, this I will tell you, a trooper by the name of Detective Michael Foley was the only person willing to do anything about it. And he had charges ready to be filed and everything. And Governor O'Neill's office contacted the state police command. And this is after I went and I took 2 polygraphs. I had to go from where I was in Connecticut all the way down to a town called Derby to where their polygraph setup was done. I had to go all the way down to Derby, and I did the polygraphs, passed the polygraphs, because at that time it was not just about myself. It was also about the other victims that I was able to name, and they wanted to make sure that there was 100% accuracy with it and no shenanigans, and everything. I passed the polygraphs, flying colors, everything all the way down the line. Mike Foley was ready to charge them, and the governor contacted the commander of the Connecticut State Police and demanded that the investigation be ended and that no arrest be made. Mike worked on that case for 2 years, gathering all that information, okay, and evidence, okay, and he was the only guy, okay, Troop K, Colchester, Connecticut, Detective Mike Foley. Incredible, incredible, incredible human being. Incredible. I never would have joined the military when I turned 16. I never would have joined the Marine Corps. I would instead have spent my entire life in prison. he is the man that I call responsible for saving me from spending a lifetime of crime and poverty and disassociation with the world. You know, I credit him for making that change because he believed in me so much. He was the first person I contacted after I signed my recruitment papers. He was the first person I contacted after getting home and was home on leave, you know, from boot camp before I left to go off to school for the Marine Corps, you know, which was in Fort Sill. You know, I started off in Parris Island, and I went to Fort Sill, and then off to Camp Pendleton and many other places. You know, so Mike Foley, I credit to partially being who I am today. I credit him because, you know, when I talked about going in the service, I talked about either joining the Navy or joining the Army. And he says, I could see you as a Marine. He just said it like that. He says, because you need a family. He says, the Army's not going to give that to you. The Navy's not going to give that to you. And I didn't really believe him. When I joined the Marine Corps, I went in the Marine Corps because I wanted to learn how to kill, because I wanted to go after every one of those son of a bitches that harmed me. Okay. But by the time I finished with boot camp, that already began to change. By the time I finished my schooling and became proficient in artillery, it had changed. I realized that I had a family, you know, and it makes a world of a difference. Yeah. You know, yeah, Mitch, there's a detachment for Marines there at Fort Sill. That's where we had our artillery schooling. And then from there, either you go to 29 Palms in California, or you go to Camp Pendleton, which would, you know, put you on a Westpac float, basically. Either you'd end up going to Okinawa or Iwakuni, or wherever there was something going on that they needed you. Infantry guys all went to Camp Lejeune after basic, and artillery went to Fort Sill. And then of course you got guys who hook up for OCS and stuff like that. That's, you know, they of course have a different future, you know, but yeah. Okay, all right, let's get moving along here. Who did this? Says Il Donald Trumpo with a lot of laughs. Oh Lord, I have no idea what we're looking at here because I did not watch this one.
So what did you do to become the presidential nominee of your party?
Well, sometimes you just have to hawk Tua and spit on that thing, you know?
Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. Whew, okay. Breathe. All right. Joe M says, remember a few years ago when 2 undercover journalists exposed that Planned Parenthood was selling aborted baby parts, a felony, and the California Attorney General prosecuted the journalist and never did anything against Planned Parenthood? Yeah, that Attorney General was Kamala Harris. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Chuck Costello says, wow, did the face of Jesus appear in the aftermath of the tornado in Oklahoma?
Channel 7 Skychopper News here, looking at the widespread destruction in the aftermath of a tornado that hit Sunny Hills Trailer Park today. It is a miracle that anybody survived. We'll be checking in on this story a little later. Jenny, back to you in the studio. Channel 7 Skychopper.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, a little interesting, huh? Yep. All right. Did you hear that? Listen again. Here we go.
When we invest in clean energy and electric vehicles and reduce population, more of our children can breathe clean air and drink clean water. When
Reduce the population. Is that part of the Green New
When
Deal?
we invest in clean energy and electric vehicles and reduce population, more of our children can breathe clean air and drink clean water.
Yeah, we know you, Kamala. All right. Wow. This is America. Love gives and pure love gives, seeking no reward or recognition. I'm not crying. You're crying. That right there is what I was previously talking about. The compassion of humanity needs to be fulfilled. It needs to be fulfilled repeatedly. Yeah, Maggie, I got something on my eye too. Yeah, a bug flew in it. Yeah. Okay. All right. This one here is, why is it pausing? There we go. Okay. FBI lied for Kamala Harris on January 6th. They lied about her location during trials. Now you see why she's already being assigned Tennessee delegates from the DNC to replace Joe Biden. She's a deep state insider. CCTV shows Kamala Harris exiting the Capitol at 11:21 a.m. on January 6th. The government filed indictments in January 6 cases for almost a year, falsely claiming that Harris was still in the Capitol building. Let's see, where are you? Camel. Let's see here. Here goes a chef wearing a microphone. That's interesting. Actually, that was very interesting. You got groups and groups of all these Capitol Police. What is that? That's probably about 25 to 30 that we've seen just walk through. 30 different Capitol Police. But they didn't have enough for crowd control at all. Yeah. Linda, I don't know if they all still wear masks. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't put it past anybody. I still see people when I go up to the road to the mailbox to get my mail. Periodically, I'll see a car drive by with somebody by themselves in the car with a mask on. Oh, she left at the beginning of it? Did I miss that? Okay, hang on. Let me back it up. I didn't think she had gone through yet. Oh, yeah. There she is right there. Yep. So she already exited the building. And that was Ron. He's the guy who talked about aliens. We know that they know that we know that they're there. When are we going to tell the American people, kind of thing? And he had a couple of generals in front of him. They were talking about UFOs and stuff like that. That was a while back. So, yeah. So let's see. We already covered the full of shit one. Here we go. Based California sheriff is not afraid to speak the truth. Well,
we're here to.
This is nice. This is a nice long one. I got time to go to the bathroom while this plays. Here we go.
Good morning. Chad Bianco, Riverside County Sheriff. We are here today because California public safety is in crisis. Crime is steadily on the rise, and our public safety policy is one of the worst, if not the worst, in the nation. I want to make this clear, and I want there to be no mistake in what I am saying. This is not by accident. The driving force in our crisis is a radical, progressive agenda fraudulently called criminal justice reform. This is nothing short of a sick and twisted social experiment where law enforcement is the bad guy and criminals are somehow victims of society and not responsible for their actions, their crimes, or accountable to their countless victims. This agenda began with the passage of AB 109, the so-called Public Safety Realignment Act. State government failed to take responsibility for prison overcrowding or their failure to build more prisons, and instead forced county jails to house state inmates while simultaneously releasing thousands of felons early. This has pushed our county jails to a near collapse and caused the early release of countless criminals. Thousands upon thousands of criminals are being released from custody early, crime is increasing, and our governor is closing prisons instead of building new ones. It defies common sense. In 2014, a complete fraud was perpetrated in California. The so-called Safe Streets and Safe Schools Initiative, Prop 47, changed many felonies to misdemeanors, basically legalized drug use, and increased the amount of petty theft to nearly $1,000. In 2016, another lie was perpetrated on voters with the naming and wording of Prop 57, tricking voters into approving the release of thousands of violent criminals onto our streets and neighborhoods. This is why we are here. Everyone knows Prop 47 and 57 are disasters, and yet Governor Newsom adamantly touts it as a success and lawmakers continue to refuse to fix their mistake and the problems that they have created. When once crimes are no longer crimes, it allows Governor Newsom and Attorney General Bonta to cite completely flawed data points to support their failures. Californians are now suffering the consequences of a failed social agenda. We are now at our breaking point, and Californians have had enough. The lie of Prop 47 has been exposed, and the progressive love affair with criminals at the expense of victims has infuriated law-abiding Californians. While we suffer every day with rampant theft causing our small businesses to close and our large box stores to move out of state, our supermajority of lawmakers sit here in their guarded tower, oblivious to what is going on in their communities, experiencing drastic increases in all crimes, particularly violent crimes. Over the past 5 years, law enforcement has been unable to get our progressive left majority to even consider any new law or modification to an existing law that would increase punishment or send criminals to prison. Reality has gone completely upside down to the point our governor, our lawmakers, and our attorney general refuse to prosecute criminals, to include those criminals committing crimes with guns, and instead have dedicated their efforts to disarm and remove constitutional protections of self-defense from law-abiding Californians. We are in a very important election year, and the political silliness is surfacing all around us. The same supermajority who refused any sort of tough-on-crime laws for the past several years are up for re-election. They are now claiming they are going to address our public safety crisis with new laws cracking down on crime. The problem is every one of their bills are disingenuous and hollow. For instance, one bill claims to address theft by lowering the felony limit back to $400. Upon examination of the bill, you will find that it gives these career criminals 3 more chances to steal and be convicted before they are sentenced to prison. That is a minimum of 3 more victims. We cannot turn on the news, read the newspaper, go to the grocery store, or open our businesses without being slapped in the face of reality that criminals have been emboldened by a lenient system that holds no consequence for criminal behavior. Instead of addressing the obvious, tone-deaf Governor Newsom attacks a Target employee for not stopping a criminal from fleeing the store instead of taking an honest look at the failed social experiment that he himself leads that allowed that theft to occur. It is time we wake up and hold our politicians accountable for what their bills, laws, and policies have caused. It is time to return to a common sense approach to crime, realizing and admitting that there are evil people who refuse to conform to a civilized society and instead choose to victimize the rest of us by stealing our property, robbing our stores, flooding our streets with drugs, including fentanyl, breaking into our homes, murdering our children, and giving the middle finger to our justice system. Californians deserve better. I am proud to support lawmakers like Bill Asaley and several others who acknowledge that criminals are responsible for their actions and they need to be held accountable. Thank you.
I think that was an incredible piece there, and I give a lot of credit to that sheriff. All right. Anyone else see this today? Did we just get saved? Well, let's see here. I hate it when they do the music there. What's this up here? That's strange. Strange. I want to know what that was. That right there. I want to know what that was. That's not a drone. I know that. So I'm curious. All right. So Trump assassination. The man in the gray suit who allegedly climbed the roof, took pictures of the shooter's dead body, and mistakenly thought to be Secret Service. Who is he?
We are trying to find out what happened, if there is a suspect, if the suspect is in custody or taken down. It would not be surprising because there was very quick response, as there always would be in this kind of situation. This is developing very quickly. It has happened very quickly. As you can see, some law enforcement mulling around there. The crowd not moving. We are trying to find out what happened, if there is a suspect, if the suspect is in custody or
Who
taken
is that
down.
guy? It's a good question. Yep. Taking pictures of the gunman's body. Yeah. All right. I found this kind of yeah, well, I'll just play it.
And so
okay, so people, it was like a Taylor Swift thing. They're all gathered around because they didn't have tickets.
We actually saw Trump come up the stage, like the back steps to where he kind of came ever forward, whatever, obviously, because I could not see because I was along the fence line. We saw him come up, and it happened short moment. Like I'm only grasping it in moments because it seemed like such a quick time that it happened within, but it seems like it was only maybe 10, 13, 15-ish minutes that all this transpired within. And I am only here to tell my story because I do not want the media to put out a narrative that is not true, that it didn't happen, that it's fake. I was right there. I was standing feet from where the shooter was on the roof. And I am not even 100% sure if the man that they're portraying to us right now is the actual shooter. I don't know if I should necessarily say that or if I have the brains to say that, but I saw some gentleman pull up into the blocked off parking lot where there were only empty police cars that they had left to park. And this person came up on a black motorcycle. It was a Harley. They were wearing very tight black wash skinny jeans with a yellow "Don't Tread on Me" flag around their neck. They got off the motorcycle. I noticed them for a moment because I noticed the flag and it stuck in my brain.
Right.
And so I noticed them. And I turned back around towards where Trump was, towards the fence to listen. And then I'm just kind of, like looking around, taking in the area around me. And then I turned obviously all the way around me and he is gone and he's no longer there. And so I looked to my right of the fence line and I did not see him. And he's wearing that large flag on his back. So he would be easy to spot in the crowd. And there's not very much farther than you could go looking. And so then I looked back to where his bike was parked and I saw that the side door of the building was wide open. And I had walked right past that door maybe half an hour before Trump pulled up. So I saw that door was not open. And then when I noticed that the door was not open, I saw a police officer coming straight towards the door. And then I saw a state trooper coming from my right running, and I saw him draw his weapon. And then more cops came running towards that general area, fleeing around the building. And then all of a sudden, what I heard was 5 shots. I know what gunshots sound like, and they were 100% gunshots. I don't think they were from a super high powerful gun or anything like that. I just think it's something that anybody could probably get, So
Well, yeah.
yes.
It would seem to me if there was one there to be used for a criminal purpose, it would probably be one that's concealable because, I mean, I don't want to make any stereotypes. I've never been to a Trump event, but I assume it's like an open carry type of style of thing where you're not going to want to be the antagonist. Not there?
Brittany, I went through security and there's definitely no way you could get a gun into the
Okay.
There's no way.
No way.
That's good to know. There was metal detectors and stuff?
Yeah, it was a whole, Secret Service was everywhere. You had to go through metal detectors. Now, I will say they were lenient because some people were allowed to bring certain things in that they said you weren't allowed to bring in.
Like what?
For instance, aerosolized sunscreens.
Right, the spray.
Yeah, like a spray.
Right. They were like, we don't want these people cooking out here in this sun because look at them. They just it's hot.
But that's what all I'll say is it didn't even sound like gunfire at first. It sounded like somebody letting off firecrackers, and then all of a sudden everybody.
Yeah, that's from the video that I'm watching, the playing. It was like it didn't sound like like it was like pow, like
But does the average person?
Yeah. What I'll do is I'm gonna take and drop this link into the chat because that way there you can listen to it on your computer and turn your speakers all the way up in order to hear, because that's the only way I can hear it. But it was kind of interesting the direction that they were taking this conversation in regards to that guy on the motorcycle. I thought that was I thought that was something that that should be shared. I don't know what the name of the podcast was that they were on. This interview was on the That Surprise Witness TV YouTube channel. So let me copy this and let me pull up YouTube, because I was able to play some stuff off of YouTube yesterday and didn't have too much of a problem that I normally have. Let's see if we can find their channel. Oh, yeah, The Surprise Witness. Okay. And I'm not going to subscribe to her yet because I don't know the extent of her credibility and all that. But let me see. One month ago, 6 days ago, 1 hour ago. Let's see, videos. Who owns the building? From we need to talk about social media reaction. Mapping the Trump shooting. BlackRock ads, investigating the scene with locals in Butler. Here we go. Let's see if we get a different volume.
I'll take it away. I might turn my fan on, but it might be loud. But
is that better?
What's going on? We're live. We're here.
Okay, let me get her info and make a banner real quick, because I absolutely want to make sure that she gets credit for this, and we're just sharing her information. So I want to make a banner here real quick. So bear with me while I do this on YouTube. Okay, there we go. And let me take it to theater mode, which will still leave her information up on the screen there. Okay, and let's take a listen again now that we've got a better volume. Okay, I apologize for that, guys. I do.
Sister and my mom and my aunt were standing outside of the event where the shooter was. And so where I was standing, I wasn't in the main area. There was easily probably 30,000+ people there, hands down.
Whoa.
Hands down. It was crazy. And so there was, I'd probably say, like 10,000 people immediately in the central area where President Trump was, for sure, where the bleachers were. And then there were a ton of people sitting in seats around him. Yes. And then as it got further back, it was just people in the lawn. I was probably about 20 rows back from the seats sitting in the lawn. And
20 rows back from
like where all the seats were. Yeah. So there were probably at least like 20 rows of seats behind, or I guess in front of President Trump, all the news media people. And then it was just about 20-30 rows of people, general admission, no seats in the lawn area where I was sitting.
Okay.
And then my sister, my mom, and my aunt were outside of the venue. There is a business it would be President Trump's right-hand side. Yes. It was outside of the fence. Yes. It was a business called American Glass Research. It's been there years. AGR. And so there were people standing along the fence. You couldn't see President Trump, but you
No.
could hear him.
Yes.
And so
Okay, so people, it was like a Taylor Swift thing. They're all gathered around because they didn't have tickets.
We actually saw Trump come up the stage, like the back steps to where he kind of came ever forward, whatever, obviously, because I could not see because I was along the fence line. We saw him come up, and it happened short moment. Like I'm only grasping it in moments because it seemed like such a quick time that it happened within, but it seems like it was only maybe 10, 13, 15-ish minutes that all this transpired within. And I am only here to tell my story because I do not want the media to put out a narrative that is not true, that it didn't happen, that it's fake. I was right there. I was standing feet from where the shooter was on the roof. And I am not even 100% sure if the man that they're portraying to us right now is the actual shooter. I don't know if I should necessarily say that or if I have the brains to say that, but I saw some gentleman pull up into the blocked off parking lot where there were only empty police cars that they had left to park. And this person came up on a black motorcycle. It was a Harley. They were wearing very tight black wash skinny jeans with a yellow "Don't Tread on Me" flag around their neck. They got off the motorcycle. I noticed them for a moment because I noticed the flag and it stuck in my brain.
Right.
And so I noticed them and I turned back around towards where Trump was, towards the fence to like listen. And then I'm just kind of, like looking around, taking in the area around me. And then I turned obviously all the way around me and he is gone and he's no longer there. And so I looked to my right up the fence line and I did not see him. And he's wearing that large flag on his back. So he would be easy to spot in the crowd. And there's not very much farther than you could go from where I was looking. And so then I looked back to where his bike was parked and I saw that the side door of the building was wide open. And I had walked right past that door maybe half an hour before Trump pulled up. So I saw that door was not open. And then when I noticed that the door was not open, I saw a police officer coming straight towards the door. And then I saw a state trooper coming from my right running, and I saw him draw his weapon. And then more cops came running towards that general area, fleeing around the building. And then all of a sudden, what I heard was 5 shots. I know what gunshots sound like, and they were 100% gunshots. I don't think they were from like a super high powerful gun or anything like that. I just think it's something that anybody could probably get,
Yeah.
So
Well, and yeah.
Yes.
It would seem to me if there was one there to be used for a criminal purpose, it would probably be one that's concealable because
Yes. Right.
I mean, I don't want to make any stereotypes. I've never been to a Trump event, but I assume it's like an open carry type of style of thing where you're not going to want to be the antagonist. Not there.
Well, Brittany, I went through security and you
There's no
definitely
gun.
no way you could get a
No.
gun into the
Okay.
rally.
There's no way.
No way.
That's good to know. There was like metal detectors and stuff.
Yeah, it was a whole
Hundreds of
Secret
cops.
Service was everywhere. You had to go through metal detectors. Now, I will say they were lenient because some people were allowed to bring certain things in that they said you weren't allowed to bring in.
Like what?
For instance, aerosolized sunscreens.
Right, the spray.
Yeah, like a spray.
Right.
Some
They were like,
people
we
have
don't
them
want
in.
these people cooking out here in this sun because look
Right.
at them. It's hot.
But that's what all I'll say is it didn't even sound like gunfire at first. It sounded like somebody letting off firecrackers, and then all of a sudden everybody got
that's
down.
from the video that I'm watching playing. It was like it didn't sound like that. Like it was like pow pow, like little pow.
But to the average person who has never experienced something like that before, I have actually experienced a shooting in my life before. I've been through something like that. So I
Wow.
immediately knew what those were. And I'm not exactly sure if they came from the police, from the shooter. I that's something I will not speculate on. And again,
We don't know how many came from where and who and what.
No, I heard initially 5. I can
Okay.
count them off from sound recognition, like in memory in my head. And like I said, I've been through a shooting before, and so I do have a little bit of that trauma brain inside of me. So going through something like this again, I immediately was like, oh my gosh, this is a shooting, and I don't, so I'm not sure. And like, again, I'm not, like you said, not trying to speculate or stereotype or anything like that. But to me, people that are there are saying that they saw this gentleman army crawling and trying to scale the side of the building with a gun. And I saw someone come up on a motorcycle who should not have been there, dressed like MAGA people would be, or Trump supporters, whatever you want to call us. And he disappeared. And then the door was open of the building that should obviously not have been open. And then the cops were surveilling. So something is fishy about
y'all educate me on what's the deal with the roof? I didn't get to that point in the I'm not sure what is. Are they shot the guy? He was on the roof.
So
Supposedly
there are photos, and I can text you the photo, Brittany, later, of the gentleman that they supposedly, that was the shooter that they killed. He was on the roof, and so there's photos going around that people are sharing.
Then presumably the projectile would have had to come from an upward angle down.
Correct, and it did not seem like it came from an upward angle. And then my other friend who was there sitting, I had a few friends that were in the first few rows, and people definitely got shot.
Yes.
They saw you. Did some of your friends saw people, or
unarmed civilian people got shot by this person.
Yeah.
And I am going to call this person a terrorist. You do not do this. You do not do this stuff. I think people have us so misconstrued as people who support Trump. We don't want to hurt nobody. We don't want to do anything. We just want to live our lives and be peaceful and normal. That's it. And for someone to come and do that.
Every group has insane
radicals.
Lunatics. And
and
it's they got some that's insane, but they got insane lunatics in literally every group, every religion, every political. Y'all know I don't really choose one. But I am for the people.
Yes.
And that is why I am making this video, because
Thank you.
Whatever you think about Trump or not, people were also shot.
Yeah.
Yes. To make a joke. And it's but they're making that up. Okay, well,
no.
Listen, people have made stuff up. And if they making this up, we can address that when we have the evidence for it. But from what right now, I'm seeing at least one person's no longer with us.
I promise you, I would never lie. I swear on my soul, I would never make this up. I was right there. I was feet away from it. I dragged my aunt out of the line of literal fire. I am so serious. I want people to know that this really happened. It is real. It is not made up. I don't know what the circumstances in the deep are, because there probably are. We already know how it goes, but it is real and it happened. My mom was right next to me. My aunt was right next to me.
Mom? Does mom have anything to add?
Mom knows that.
Do you want to go on?
Dropped the tripod.
Do you want to say anything?
I was paying attention.
Oh my God! Now I want to come sit out there with y'all.
Yeah,
y'all out there on the porch, please.
We're only 5 hours away from New Jersey. We're 5 hours from New Jersey, so
let me get in my Ridgeline and come sit out there, seeing your mom. Hold on, let me get in that pool, girl. Hey.
Anyway,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And I'm real observant to what goes on.
I call her a trained observer.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brittany. Welcome to the family.
There was a barn, and there was two guys up there, and they were paying attention. They were spotters, whatever. They had binoculars, they had their tripods, and they had their guns, and they're just scoping. We were, I'm sure they heard us. We weren't.
Sorry, Brittany. The police are strolling down on the street as they're probably going.
We live 5-minute walk from.
They want to hear. They want to hear the tea. Oh, they y'all live by it.
I'm paying attention. You see unmarked cars. You see one. Oh, he wasn't there before. You see another one. So I'm standing there watching all the military guys, and they're just standing there lined up by the gate, because whether that was a ploy to say, okay, Trump's going to come in the other way, or is he coming in this way, or what? And they're all standing there like this with their fingers on the trigger. And I am paying attention, because I'm like, okay, they got the binoculars. They are paying attention. And I'm like, uh-oh. The one guy that was up there spotting, he was gone. So I see the other guy. He puts his tripod, and there's the gun. And then I'm like, holy shit.
Something.
Yeah.
She's
And then-
referring to the sniper that was on
Yeah,
the
on the
building
roof.
behind President
On the
Trump.
roof to protect Trump.
To
For
protect-
security.
Yeah.
Got it.
And then I can hear everybody running. You see all these cops coming towards the building saying he's on the roof, he's on
100
the
of
roof, you know, and like we all, and then
So,
they
yeah,
said,
what did all y'all do? It was like
we ran
just,
like
We
hell.
ran.
ran.
We ran and hid behind trees, Brittany.
We're like, we
Oh,
couldn't
here we
believe
go.
it.
What the hell is up going on now? I don't know. But we ran and hid behind trees.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure, and I'm getting out of here.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Like we
Yes.
just, and then,
Like,
and
what
then,
the fuck?
and
Well,
then,
well,
and then,
real quick,
Sorry.
when we were all in the stands, we didn't even really know what was going on.
Right.
We just kind of ducked and covered and all just kind of said prayers and just kind of held our cool until we got more instructions because we really didn't know what was going on.
What were
And then-
people around y'all saying?
People right around me didn't know what was happening at first. And then we saw Secret Service gather President Trump off the stage. And as he was going off the stage, President Trump stuck his head out, raised his fist up, and he was fine. So he seems okay.
How was that moment? It seemed like a pretty hype moment. People kind of started cheering and screaming. Like, was it just a relief because everyone knew he was okay? Or was it like, yeah,
That's all I
rally?
care. That's all I wanted to.
Okay, real quick. I keep seeing the comments. Why is she wearing the ears? Those are okay. So if you go to Walmart, they sell headphones that have ears on them. I've seen them sell headphones that have horns on them, or they'll have flowers all the way across them. She just happened to has a set of headphones because she's wearing headphones right now. Okay. And from the way that her camera is set up and how stationary she's saying or staying, I presume that she's actually on a laptop and she doesn't want the audio conflicting with the microphone. Both of them are there on the top of the laptop. So she's got headphones on, and those ears are attached to them. You can buy them like that, you know. So here we go.
To see, I wanted to make sure he was okay and that other people were okay. Like,
So
that
how
was
did the
scary
news
part.
spread around y'all? Were y'all just there and had to read it on your phone,
No,
or was
all
it
of
like
a sudden
people
they just
were-
tell us to escort out of the premise slowly, and so as all of us just started walking out, they started, people just started talking, and then a few people beside me said, yes, President Trump did get shot. President Trump got shot. And other people got shot. I was sitting right beside a woman, and the next thing I know, she's down, and I start seeing blood, and that's when I know I need to.
Or it's a headband. It could be one of those things that women put on there to keep the hair out of their face, kind of things. But they're attached to something up there. So stop distracting me with the ears, dang it.
To get out.
You saw a woman right
I
next
didn't.
to
This
you?
is what a woman told me as
someone's
I was walking
relaying
out.
this
Yeah,
to
I
you.
was too
Okay.
far away from the initial event,
Right.
so I didn't see any blood. I didn't see any actual firsthand gruesomeness. Thank goodness.
So was there like enough room for y'all to kind of retreat and spread out, or
Yeah,
was
it
like a
wasn't any like
stampede?
panic. It was nobody started running. It was actually very organized. I don't think any of us truly realized what happened until then you start seeing the Life Flight helicopter land and you start seeing more police start swarming, and you just knew something happened that wasn't supposed to happen. Because at first we were all just waiting to see if President Trump was going to come back on, and like, was it just a hoax of like firecrackers or something? But then we realized, oh no. And then when I saw the Life Flight helicopter land, and then cell phone service became very shoddy too.
Yeah, they like shut all that.
I couldn't get a hold of any of my family, so everybody's blowing my phone up thinking something happened to me.
I
And I'm
was
like,
just talking to somebody the other day about like, we need to go back to like how we did in the 90s, where it's like, if
walkie-talkie.
we get lost, we're gonna all meet at this spot.
Yep. Yes,
Like, or if you get lost, you got to go to register 3 at the Walmart because Miss Debbie will page your mama. Like, we got to get back to what's gonna happen whenever the phone, because you can just lose the phone, and it's like, oh, but I got an Apple Watch and I got a this, that, and it's like, oh man. I remember
gotta
being
be
at like
smart.
big football games at LSU,
And it's like you could be lost from your friends for 7 hours because
Yes.
you can
100%.
like
I mean, it's the same thing here if we were to go to like a Steeler game or a
Right.
Pirate game or even just a regular concert
That would
at
be
like Burgettstown, we call
so
it.
scary to not be able to find your mom,
Yes.
your sister, your brother at a rally. Oh my God. But
I
it
hugged
sounds
my
like at least
dad.
there wasn't stampedes.
No, it was very organized and everybody was very respectful.
I hugged my dad so tight.
There were a few outliers that I was like, you're a little crazy. I'm going to stay away from you. But
And you'll have that. You
Yeah.
have lunatics everywhere you go and all that.
Some gentleman, or I'm not necessarily going to call him a gentleman, but he was walking through the neighborhood area on a bullhorn, saying some very outlandish stuff. And it's like, sir, we do not feel that way. And we're not going to just rah-rah in the streets because some kook and crazy decided to do something very radical. Like, that's not who we are. And we're not going to do that.
Say that, you know, and it's like, I'm glad that y'all are on here and you do take, because I'm always on here going, I don't pick a side. And it's like, no, y'all pick the side. And guess what? You deserve to be able to peacefully go do that.
Yeah.
And I don't think that you should go to your chosen political candidate's event and have to fear that you might leave in a body bag.
Yeah, I never thought that going there today. I was so excited. It was my first time being able to go to a rally to experience it. And you know what? Everybody there was very respectful. Everybody was very kind. It was very nice talking to just people in general and talking about where people's backgrounds are, how they got there, what their beliefs are. And that's what I like overall from my experience there, because I had to get there at like noon to stand in line through security. Like, it's an event and it's long and it was hot.
It's hot today.
Everybody was very respectful and everybody was very kind. It was organized the best they could. And I give my hats off to all the people involved. The law enforcement people were very, very, very reactive.
Hey, listen, shout out to them where we can, because you know we see them acting a damn fool half the time.
And then they took President Trump to the local hospital here, Butler Memorial Hospital, and it's on lockdown right now because I'm a nurse and I have friends that work at the hospital. So they were like,
okay, good.
Well, the hospital's on lockdown. And then,
which makes sense in this situation in particular. So I wonder, let me look it up. Like, have y'all heard any information on any suspected who this shooter is? Like,
no, we've just seen
nothing's out yet.
We've only seen like a very not so great picture of him. It seemed only of him, I will say, unalived on the roof of the building.
So there is picture of that somewhere.
Yes,
public.
there is. It is not the same person. And again, I am not accusing anybody. I have no idea. I am just stating what I saw and what I feel in my gut, because I know a vibe when I catch a vibe. It's not the same gentleman,
Vibe tribe.
or same gentleman, but it was not the same man that I saw get off of a motorcycle who should not have been there. And to me, now that I've really like processing it and everything, things just don't add up. Like,
Right,
they
and
never
it
really
could be
do.
like a group of people could have been working together too.
Yes,
you know,
possibly.
maybe he wasn't the actual. You know, there's a lookout, there's a decoy, there's a. I don't know how. I wouldn't even know how to begin to orchestrate something like this. So I really can't get in the minds of these people and what they do.
No.
What's Mama saying, or is that Auntie?
No.
Who's over there?
No, they're all just BS. That's just how we are. We all just BS and talk over each other. But I'm not sure. I really don't know. But again, if I was someone trying to do something as such, would you be all out army crawling in the grass out in the, like, I'm not doing this, please don't come to the government. I would never do this, please, 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 God, I would never do anything crazy like that.
I don't know what I would do. Yeah, I might just, I don't know, write a diss track or something.
But in my mind, I'm like, I wouldn't do something like that. But I would hope nobody would do something like that.
That's what I'm saying. It's hard for me to even try and psychoanalyze these lunatics.
Yes, because I know I
insane.
wouldn't. So you can't even think like a person who would, because we never would. We just never. I just don't even know how you could pull something off like that. Ridiculous.
We just all were trying to have a good time celebrating our patriotic.
I'm sorry
love
that
for the
happened to
country.
y'all. I think y'all should have been allowed to go over there and just people leave y'all mind your business and do your rally. I mean, I would even, like, I said that before. I've said it on a video before. Like, I don't know. I guess if I guess if Donald Trump was having one by my house, I guess I would go. Like if Biden was, I'll probably go. I went to a
Right.
Bernie Sanders
Same.
one before because like I just
I've been
wanted
to a Bernie
see.
rally too.
I wanted to see. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
at the time I was in my like very heightened left state, you know,
Same.
and so I was like very actually, you know what? Sitting here today, I pretty much still can't find much to complain about Bernie. I could complain about it a little bit.
Same.
But he's fine. Like I still like him, to be honest. I
He
still
just
like
looks like a
him.
mean old man.
Yeah, he's just
He
like
does.
a run of the mill, like
That's my take on him.
And I thought it was like, I don't know, he was the chosen one when that little bird came and sat on his podium that one time. Oh, what the simpler times. But anyway, why did I start that whole thing? Oh, I went to the rally. I mean,
Yeah.
I would go to a Trump rally and I would expect to leave not having been shot.
Right.
So
I mean, I've been to concerts. I've been to many events.
Yes,
I was just in Philly for 4th of July last weekend, and that I would expect to be shot in Philly before getting shot in Butler, Pennsylvania.
So
5 minutes from our house.
Yeah. Meridian. Yes.
My heart goes out to the people that got shot and they are no longer with us.
Yeah, prayers, because
My
there
God,
are
to their families. Probably some of them were that lady where Amanda was there with their family.
right.
Yeah.
There was a video. My friend who was at the rally sent it to me. I don't know what news source shared. It was an ER physician that was in the stands where people were shot. Yes, and he was explaining the situation at hand and saying that the gentleman had a head wound and that there was
Sorry,
brain
I got
matter.
my thing all messed up. Let me get my thoughts organized. Okay.
You're
Me
good.
too.
Take a
Sorry.
breath.
Yeah, we're all
We'll
here.
do some Wim Hof breathing
It's
together.
like a one-woman production over here. Oh
Yes.
Lord. Okay. Thank you for the super chats. I'm gonna get to those in a second. Let's start from that again.
Yes.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and stop that there because we've been watching 22 of this 36-minute segment. But I would recommend going and share that with people. So that people understand that there is a lot more to this than what they say. And Lisa Bowen, you're 100% right. They're all compromised. Most of the government, absolutely. I agree with you. I love that V2.0 in there. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let me get rid of this YouTube window. We're going on a little over 3 hours now. I'm going to go for as long as I can sit still here. Not easy, but I'm doing my best. And I know Mr. Sciatica ended up sending me something. He always does this, Let's see. He says, I'm sorry, I had the wrong name. Yeah, it's all right, brother. It's okay. Shit happens. We all make mistakes. But the thing is that doesn't discount anything. Okay. So just because Mr. Sciatica, dropped me that info in regards to that name that we were just talking about with Violet, doesn't mean that there is somehow not a connection. So Violet does have a direct connection with Antifa. Okay. And we're finding out that this kid had a direct connection to Antifa. Okay. How do we know that he had a direct connection with Antifa? Because he was in the Portland protests. He was in the Seattle protests. He was in the Spokane, Washington protests. He was in the Las Vegas protests. He was in the New York protests, right? And a few other locations that were named of him being there. So, there may be a connection to Violet. Maybe Violet was supposed to be how like a lot of these people have been leaving manifestos behind. Well, maybe his was a verbal manifesto. You know what I mean? Angel Rose, correct. He's a paid agitator. If they belong to Antifa, they're paid agitators. But that also means that they're committing treason against our country. No way, no ands, ifs, or buts about it. But we want to thank that Surprise Witness TV for that great interview. giving us more information in regards to witnesses that were on the scene. I think that that's great. Great job, young lady. I appreciate your content. And I'm, hopefully maybe you'll pick up a few subscribers because of the fact that, my people saw your podcast. There's actually a couple of people in chat that said that they actually follow you. So thank you again. I appreciate your content. As you saw, I made sure that we put your channel name up there so that you got credit, for where that interview came from. All right, moving on. Jesse Waters, breaking. Trump says we need to look into people who hid Biden's condition. And this is 100% accurate. This is where that statement before was that other people are violating the 25th Amendment because of the fact that they know that he's incompetent and unable to do the job, and they're not stepping up and speaking the truth. So let's take a listen to Jesse Waters. Here we go.
You'd investigate the people that hid Joe Biden's condition?
Well, I think somebody has to look at it. Look, you had people that lied to the American public. And I tell you what, you ought to take a look at his doctors, because his doctors keep giving him this wonderful report. I'm not a doctor, but I saw him the other day, was unable to get up the children's stairs going into Air Force Ones.
Is it a coup against Joe Biden?
It's sort of, yeah.
I think it is. I mean, look, there's a constitutional process, the 25th Amendment. If Joe Biden,
I gotta stop this for a second, and I need to point something out. Michelle Clipper says, "Old man, my sources tell me you're going to poke me." Okay, now where I come from and how I grew up, a poke for a woman was a lot different than what you think a poke was. So I'd be careful about offering a pokeable situation to an old man. Okay. If you ever watched Lonesome Dove, anybody? When Robert Duvall went into the whorehouse, okay, what did he do? He played poker for a poke. So be careful how you use that word, Michelle. Poke, because for us old people, that poke means something totally different. I'm going to start this interview over again. Here we go.
You'd investigate the people that hid Joe Biden's condition?
Well, I think somebody has to look at it. Look, you had people that lied to the American public. And I tell you what, you ought to take a look at his doctors, because his doctors keep giving him this wonderful report. I'm not a doctor, but I saw him the other day, was unable to get up the children's stairs going into Air Force Ones.
Is it a coup against Joe Biden?
It's sort of, yeah.
I think it is. I mean, look, there's a constitutional process, the 25th Amendment. If Joe Biden can't run for president, he can't serve as president. And if they want to take him down because he's mentally incapable of serving, invoke the 25th Amendment. You don't get to sort of do this in the most politically beneficial way for Democrats. If it's an actual problem, they should take care of it in the appropriate way.
You'd investigate the people that hid Joe Biden's condition?
Well, I think somebody has to look at it. Look, you had people that lied to the American public. And I tell you what, you ought to take a look at his doctors, because his doctors keep giving him this wonderful report. I'm not a doctor, but I saw him the other day, was unable to get up the children's stairs going into Air Force Ones.
Is it a coup against Joe Biden?
It's sort of, yeah.
I think it is. I mean, look, there's a constitutional process, the 25th Amendment. If Joe Biden can't run for president, he can't serve as president. And if they want to take him down because he's mentally incapable of serving, invoke the 25th Amendment. You don't get to sort of do this in the most politically beneficial way for Democrats. If it's an actual problem, they should take care of it in the appropriate way.
You'd investigate the people that hid Joe Biden's condition?
Well, I think
I let that play a couple of times because of the fact that I think that is a very, very serious question. And again, that 25th Amendment, if they know that he is mentally incapacitated, I should say, okay, then, oh, you missed all that chessboard? That might be better. It might be a good idea that you missed all that. You can watch it back and see what I was talking about. All right. So I already played this clip, but I want to read the statement that that MJ Truth Ultra put out in regards to it. Did anyone else ears perk up when she said continuity of government? She said there's a difference between the president and the continuity of government. I could understand if she said past president, but she only said the president. Maybe a mistake, maybe not. Maybe not. All right. Maria Barataroma, I hope I said her name right. This story keeps getting stranger and stranger. Evidently, police texted crime scene photos of Crooks's body to an unknown man in a gray suit. Here we go.
The local officers went up to that roof and started taking pictures of the dead body, of the shooter's body. So suddenly a guy in a gray suit walks up the ladder and goes up to the roof. And this guy in the gray suit, who didn't appear to have credentials, everybody assumed he was the Secret Service. So he tells one of the local law enforcement, send those pictures to this cell phone. And he gives him a number. And everybody assumed, well, that must be Secret Service. It turns out it wasn't Secret Service. So we're going to tell you exactly who that person was and what agency the local enforcement sent the pictures to. Ron Johnson has it all in his preliminary report, and it's pretty incredible. So we're digging deep into this investigation of that massive security failure that occurred when a shooter was able to get 7 shots out and, of course, grazing President Trump's ear and killing Corey Compertor, which we all pray for his family right now. So we're talking about that. The local officers went up to that roof and started taking pictures of the dead body, of the shooter's body. So suddenly a guy in a gray suit walks up the ladder and goes up to the roof. And this guy in the gray suit, who didn't appear to have credentials, everybody assumed he was the Secret Service. So he tells one of the local law enforcement, send those pictures to this cell phone. And he gives him a number. And everybody assumed, well, that must be Secret Service. It turns out it wasn't Secret Service. So we're going to tell you exactly who that person was and what agency the local enforcement sent the pictures to. Ron Johnson has it all in his preliminary report, and it's.
So that report is, I believe, supposed to be released sometime today. So that'll be a good thing. All right. I meme, therefore I am says, nailed it.
So I'm trying to get this straight. The party that's all about defending democracy rigs 2 primaries in a row in 2016 and 2020 against Bernie. Then in 2024, they roll with a corpse as their presidential candidate and forbid anybody from challenging the corpse. And then when they can no longer gaslight Americans about his condition, they toss him aside like he's a rotting vegetable and then proceed to rig their 3rd straight primary by nominating a candidate that no one was able or allowed to vote for. So that's what they mean by defending democracy, in case you haven't already noticed. They tell you what to do and you shut up. So I'm trying to get this straight.
Yep, that's exactly what they're doing to you. But hey, you want to be legitimately held to this party, then I don't think either party is any good. I really don't. I really don't. I think it's, I was having a conversation with a viewer yesterday extensively after the podcast, and she asked me a couple of questions, and I just responded to her. I says, at the end of this, there will be no party. The only party that is going to be left is we, the people. How do I know that? Well, I had a dream about it. That there won't be a Democratic nominee. There won't be a Republican nominee. It will be nominees by we, the people. We, the people, will be governing, not these fools. But that's for another time. I'm sorry, that guy was off an inch. Oh, boy.
Get off this overpass, you racist. Your kind is not allowed up here. You come up here all the time. No one stands with you, you racist. What are you gonna do with this video?
You are 100% evil. You are 100%
You are 100% terrorist traitors to this country, just like him. And God damn you to burn in hell, death. You will burn in hell. I'm sorry that the guy was an inch off.
That's pretty much what political debate in America has become.
Wow, 300 guns today last night.
Get off this overpass.
Yeah. This is what we're dealing with. You know. All right, everyone needs to listen to this.
What's bizarre is she's trying to frame herself as Miss Black Lives Matter, when in reality, Kamala Harris was the queen of mass incarceration.
Kevin Cooper was hours away from receiving lethal injection. Hours away from it. His lawyers asked that DNA evidence be acquired in order to make sure he was actually guilty of the crime. Kamala Harris's office tried to prevent DNA evidence from being acquired. They wanted Kevin Cooper to be executed, but the governor of California disagreed. They acquired DNA evidence, and the execution was stopped. The New York Times tells us that she feels really bad about it, for whatever that means. And people can also recall that while she was head of the California State Attorney General's office, over 1,000 people were locked up for smoking marijuana. She presided over jailing a lot of people. And on top of that, the drug labs in the state of California that were being used by the police were turning up false positive results. And yet Kamala Harris's office did not tell the defense attorneys or the judges about this. They knew that the drug labs were turning over false positives, and people went to prison because her office concealed that their drug labs were turning up false positives. And another thing about Kamala Harris, I don't know if people saw, but there's a video of Kamala Harris where she's bragging about how she jailed the parents of children who were truant from school.
I would not be standing here were it not for the education I received. And I know many of us will say the same thing. And I believe a child going without an education is tantamount to a crime. So I decided I was going to start prosecuting parents for truancy. Well, this was a little controversial in San Francisco. And frankly, my staff went bananas. They were very concerned because we didn't know at the time whether I was going to have an opponent in my re-election race. But I said, look, I'm done. This is a serious issue, and I've got a little political capital, and I'm going to spend some of it.
Have you seen the clip? And she gets up there and it's the same kind of thing. She's giggling. Yes, I had the idea that we could lock up parents who are truant from school. You know, I wouldn't be anywhere in my life if it weren't for my education. And so not giving a child their education is a crime. And so I jailed parents, and she's giggling about it. It's just so great. And, you know, I see so much in U.S. media. They like to trivialize incarceration. There's so many shows on Netflix and all of that where it ends towards the end where someone goes to jail, but it's part of the happy ending. It's okay. And they don't seem to realize what that means. You know, when one member of a family, when a father or a mother goes to prison, or a brother or a sister, it hurts the entire family. And when Kamala Harris is up there giggling about, oh, you know, I locked up these parents because their kids weren't in school. You know, yeah, kids need to be in school. When kids aren't getting to school, it's a problem. But the worst thing you could do is then throw their parents in jail. That's not going to help the situation in any conceivable way. But when she's joking about it, she's laughing about it, Kamala Harris, she says, what did she say? She said, well, I wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for my education. It's about her. The big line when she was calling out Joe Biden, when she was trying to contend with Joe Biden in the presidential election, what did she shout at Joe Biden? She shouted, that little girl was me.
You know, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
And then her campaign started churning out T-shirts with the face of 10-year-old Kamala Harris on them. Do you remember this? Yes. It's almost like she wants us to vote for her because she was once a 10-year-old child. I mean, that's what it sounds like. What's particularly interesting is, you know, you remember when Barack Obama was running for president. We knew everything about Barack Obama. We knew all about Barack Obama's pastor. We knew about Barack Obama's father from Kenya. We knew the school he went to in Indonesia. But Kamala Harris, barely anybody knows anything about Kamala Harris. Well, Kamala Harris's mother, who's now deceased, was from India, was a cancer researcher. And Kamala Harris's father, Donald Harris, was a Marxist economist and is a Marxist economist, a professor at Stanford University. He was an advisor to the government of Michael Manley in Jamaica, and he and Kamala are estranged from one another. He did not attend Kamala's inauguration as vice president. They're not on good speaking terms. But the more you look at it, it's very clear that Kamala Harris sees herself as a victim. The way Kamala Harris speaks, the world has been unfair to her. And she blames Donald Harris for that to some degree or other. We don't know why. We also, there's rumors, we don't really know what happened when she was in Quebec. We just know she never talks about the years that she spent in Quebec. But Kamala Harris thinks that she is a victim. And she wants the whole world to know that that little girl was her. And she wants vengeance. And she wants to make people pay. And she wanted to make Kevin Cooper pay. And she wanted to make those parents pay. That's what leftism is if it's stripped of economics. If it's stripped of class struggle, if it's stripped of a desire to have the people rise up and control the means of production, if it's just anger, if it's just revenge, it's just a call for destruction, a call for rebellion, that's what Kamala Harris is. Kamala Harris, she's very much a guillotine meme. That's what she is. It's the glorification of punishment, a desire for revenge, a desire for destruction.
Oh, very interesting. Very interesting. Goes a little in depth. I think that's where we needed to go. This is the kind of stuff that needs to get put out there for people to see and understand, and maybe clear up some misconceptions about her, and reveal who Kamala Harris really is. So let's see. Give me a second here. I was going through a couple of more things to add, to add to our list of stuff to view today. Because like I said, I'm not done yet, but I'm starting to get tired. So we'll probably go for another half an hour or so, and I want to make sure I have enough content for that. So Biden headquarters deleted their account, and it was put out by Elon Musk. Sure did. Yep, something went wrong. All right. Sherry says, had Trump been assassinated, Rothschild, BlackRock, Vanguard, Bush, and Cheney's stood to gain $696 billion up to $1 trillion in profits. I showed this video yesterday. I'm going to go ahead and play it again because I know that we probably have a few people here that didn't see it.
Austin Private Wealth shorted 12 million shares of Donald Trump's stock on July 12th. But here's everything that you need to know about Austin Private Wealth. Because if it's not an input error, it's definitely not intentional, right? As you can see, an event starkly reminiscent of strange trading activity just before the what attacks in 2001? On July 12th, do keep in mind, a day before July 13th, 12 million. Ironically, Austin Private Wealth's highest shareholders just so happen to be BlackRock and Vanguard. So what is a put option, people might ask? Well, like it says here, I pulled this good article that explains it very thoroughly. Ironically, a put option is an investment made by someone who expects a company's stock price to fall. I have no idea why they worded it wrong right there, but this still explains it pretty clearly. People who engage in inside trading by put options can make 5 times or sometimes even 100 times profits, depending on how quickly the stock plummets. And like it says here, hypothetically, if Trump did die in the assassination attempt, his company would have become worthless. Its stock would have become zero in a day. And hypothetically, the people who bought put options would have made billions in profit. The action that was taken was they shorted 12 million shares of Donald Trump's stock. Now, this is the most important part, right? The potential impact that they listed was a significant loss supposedly for the company. What? And as you can see, this portfolio impact was nearly a quarter of their entire portfolio. And their portfolio value was about $1 billion in assets under management. And as you can see, in case of events like Trump's death, the value of Trump Media and Technology Group shares would have plummeted, and the put options held by companies such as the Austin Private Wealth would have been worth billions. Also, supposedly, according to reports, ironically, Austin Private Wealth has also bought 36 million puts of Rumble on July 12th the same day. And supposedly, like it says right here, it's common knowledge that Rumble stock would have plummeted too if something had happened to Trump. Do keep in mind, these are all different articles, okay? Now, this is the most interesting part of it all, right? Some of Austin Private Wealth's top holdings, as reported in their latest 13F filing, include the Rothschild family, BlackRock, Vanguard, Meta, George Bush, and the Cheney family. What? And like it says here, Trump's death would have crashed the NASDAQ and DOW Jones for a week. And hypothetically, supposedly according to some estimates, anyone who had this knowledge beforehand would have made an estimated $696 billion to $1 trillion in profits. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that just a month ago, BlackRock and Citadel Securities started backing a TXSE group to launch the Texas Stock Exchange. And as you can see earlier this year, specifically in March, BlackRock created a fund with Securitize, supposedly a big player in real-world asset tokenization. And of course, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, aka my fucking grandfather, said in an interview earlier that the company's filings for spot Bitcoin and other ETFs were stepping stones towards tokenization.
Okay, real quick, that AKA his grandfather, he's really Larry Fink's grandson, exposing BlackRock. He's been doing it for months. No different than Nathan Reynolds has been exposing the Reynolds family. He's exposing the Fink connection. Okay, so when he says AKA his grandfather, he means literally his grandfather.
And have you noticed what King Griffin's latest investments have been, aka the CEO of Citadel Securities? Because when you do, things start to get really interesting. And ironically, this just so happened to happen in 2020. I'm sure you can read that for yourself, right? And why might that be so important? Well, because one of King Griffin's major investments just so happened to be in Amazon. And wow, you can easily...
Okay, I'm going to pause this here. And this is Amazon Leaks Greek Smart Island Project, a pilot project on the Greek island of
find things
Naxos. I'm not sure how to say it. Led by Amazon,
just like
Web Services, will trial drone deliveries
this
through internet technologies and more.
This was in 2022, right? Amazon Leaks Greek what project? Everything starts to make sense eventually.
Yep. So, and that's the thing, is he's not just exposing his grandfather, but he's exposing all the fools around him. You know, so all the fools around Fink, yeah. Linda, it's I'm not sick. I just I injured my back a couple of days ago, and that's what the problem is it's hard to sit with a bruise that's 8 inches by 8 inches on my lower back, so it's a little bit difficult. I kind of wish I had a bar stool, because I have a desk that I can hit a button on the side of the desk, and the desk would raise from the level that it's at right now up an additional 2 feet. And I could go kind of like in a standing position or seated on a bar stool. But I don't have a bar stool. So, yeah, or believe me, I would have done that a long time ago, because then I could just turn around, step off of the bar stool and walk around the room a little bit and then sit down, and nobody would even know I got up out of my chair. Instead, you have to listen to this. It's all right. Depopulation agenda is working. Sperm don't swim. Embryos don't grow in. We know what that is. I can't play this, and I can't read any further into that article. However, I can drop you the link so that you guys can check it out for yourself. Now, this is the thing. When I drop an X link in there, that's going to take you directly to that article. So even if you don't have an X account, you can still go to that article. You can still watch that video and everything. You may not be able to bounce around in X to do other things, but because you have that direct link, it will take you directly to that article. Okay. And that was put out by Truth Seeker. He always puts out some great information. Been wrong a couple times, but each time he's been wrong, come back on and apologized and put the correct information in. So, you know, which is great. This is another one that I won't play. I will, however, again, drop the link into the chat. This is the Playboy Mansion was a CIA honeypot, okay, which we all know is true, and I'm dropping the link for that one as well. Those of you that are on X, all you got to do is look at the feed of stuff that I shared, and it'll come right up. And you know, you look at the faces in this video. You've got Will Smith, you got Epstein, you've got all these guys pictured with Hugh Hefner, all of them. Okay. And this guy here is very informative and gives a lot of good, solid intelligence, you know, stuff that we didn't know about, you know, so he's a great whistleblower. All right. Let's see. I'm not sure if we heard this one or not. This is,
yes, hi, hello. Hey, is Joe Biden, is he? Yes, I'm serious. There's a public demand going around on X right now for proof of life. From
oh, dang that. Girl, your volume is too low. If I can't hear you, then my crowd can't hear you. So basically what she's saying is that they think that Joe Biden's dead, and that people on the internet, it is trending on X and other platforms, proof of life for Joe Biden. They want proof of life. So, all right, hang on. I'm shifting dogs underneath my desk so I can put my feet down. Okay, here we go. Elon Musk says America is going bankrupt, by the way. I'm not even going to Nakamoto. That much I can get out of that name. I'm not going to try the rest of it. I am glad 70% of the income tax I pay goes directly to important things like interest on past government incompetence. Interest payments on U.S. national debt will soon shatter 1 quadrillion 100 or no, I'm sorry, $1,140 billion this year, eating 70%, 76% of all income tax collected report. Yeah. Yeah. All right. MJ Truth Ultra says, oh, this is so bad. Here we go.
You keep referring to the FBI. When
Oops. I guess I clicked it.
asked how many shell casings were on the roof, you referred to the FBI. When asked if there were explosives in the car, you referred to the FBI. When asked if Crooks was acting alone, you referred to the FBI. See a common theme here? I can go on and on. My question is, who at the FBI should I speak with? Wait for it. Wait for it.
The FBI is responsible for the criminal.
Is there a name?
I'm not certain.
I'm not certain. All right, here we go. I'm not certain. I don't know. Let me ask a different question. Have you been in communication with the FBI?
Yes, I have.
With whom?
I speak with the director and the deputy director.
Okay. And what have they shared with you about this investigation? So I'll give you an opportunity to answer again. Did they share with you how many shell casings were on the roof?
They have shared with me the
Did they share with you how many shell casings were on the roof?
Yes.
Okay. How many were there?
I would refer to the FBI for
how many were there
and their information that they need to share in their investigation.
So they've shared the information with you. You just don't want to share the information with us, correct?
We have concurrent investigations that are going on.
So they have shared this information with you. You know the answer to the question. You just refuse to answer the question from the member of Congress who has subpoenaed you to be here. Is there a different answer to that question?
I was always willing to come here and testify before this oversight hearing.
Beautiful. Then let's do that. Let's for once have your actions match your words. So you've been in communication with the FBI. You know the answers, and you refuse to tell us the answers. So I will ask you again. You know how many shell casings were on that roof. What is the answer to that question?
I think it's pertinent.
What is the answer to that question?
I think it's pertinent to talk to you about the information that the Secret Service has and that the Secret Service knows related.
I'm asking you an answer to the question. If you're supposed to be in charge, if the buck stops with you, how come you can't share the answers? What are you covering up? What are you hiding, my friend?
I'm not covering anything.
Then why can't you answer a simple question?
I would leave it to the criminal investigation to answer questions related to that.
Oh, it sounds to me like she's digging a hole deeper and deeper and deeper. And what's the first rule about being in a hole? If you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. And she's not stopping. Yep. All right. Laura Loomer says, breaking, there is an FAA flight restriction that just went up in Wilmington, Delaware, where Joe Biden lives. The flight restriction is for VIP movement. This coincides with presidential movement. Joe Biden's health is declining rapidly, and as I reported today, he is now in the terminal stage of his illness. Today, Joe Biden's chief of staff held an emergency meeting with all White House staff. I need to make this bigger, obviously. Actually, I think I need to click on that and then click open image in the new tab. There we go. And I need to get my glasses. Okay. Let's see. So, Wilmington, Delaware, near DuPont Vortac, DQO, July 22nd, which is today. Today is July 22nd at 2:39 p.m. here on the West Coast. Temporary flight restrictions for VIP movement, type VIP, replaced. Affected areas, operating restrictions and requirements, other information. Airspace, so affected areas, airspace definition on the DuPont Vortac DQO 032 degree radial at 2.8 nautical miles, latitude, longitude, 7 nautical miles from the surface up to and including 4,999 feet AGL. Effective date is from today, from 1845 until 2300. Operating restrictions and requirements. No pilots may operate an aircraft in the areas covered by this NOTAM except as described. Exec, the FTL ops listed BLW, ACFT, ARR, or airport department airports or helicopters within the TFR, law enforcement, firefighting, and medevac air ambulance flights on ACT missions, ACFT ops necessitated for safety or emergency reasons. All ACFT approved to operate within the TFR must be squawking an ATC discrete code at all times while in the TFR and must remain in two-way radio comm with ATC. So this is just a breakdown of what the recommendations are. The last one is the FAA recommends that all aircraft operators check NOTAMs frequently for possible changes to this TFR. Prior to operations within this region, operators may review the TFR details on the internet, and then they give a website address for them to go to. So moving on, so basically, she continues with this, at 10 a.m. Eastern time. White House Chief of Staff Jeff Zients is holding a mandatory call from all White House staff, followed by a call for all political appointees in the Biden administration at 11 a.m. We may be getting close to a full-blown resignation from Joe Biden. His medical condition is now terminal, from what sources have told me. So this could be interesting. And it would lead to the original statement that I made at the beginning of this podcast. What happens if Joe steps down from the presidency? Kamala cannot move up. The only option left there is Michael Johnson stepping in as the role of the Speaker of the House he is the next in line to assume the presidency. Kamala Harris cannot even be dictated. And that's when I'm going to throw a hypothetical at you again. Those of you at the beginning already heard this. Those of you that joined, I think there were 100 of you at the beginning. We're up to 360 people now. So let me throw my hypothetical out there. If there's going to be war on the U.S. soil or military activity on the U.S. soil, who does it have to be approved by before that can happen? Congress. Correct? Okay. So if we have heard from Q, now Q only said it one time, the military is the only way. Okay. Think on that. Okay. So Speaker Johnson would be stepping into the position of presidency. Okay. But what could his final act as the Speaker of the House? The declaration of war can be done, activating the National Guard and all military personnel in the United States. Right? Okay. So with the approval of Congress, and then Johnson goes from being the Speaker of the House to the presidency, then upon entering the office as president, could enact the election part of NASARA. If NASARA is legitimate, announcing NASARA gives them 120 days to have an election. So Johnson would hold the seat for 120 days, and we would have our election. However, the Democrats would not have a candidate. So that's a purely hypothetical. I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen. I'm throwing a hypothetical out there. Okay. As to the chain of succession for the presidency. Now, this is the thing. He could keep Harris on as a VP, but would have the ability to change the entire cabinet and administration officials during that period of time. Either which way, it is not good for the Democrats. But I want to remind you of of what Kim Clement said in one of his prophecies, was that I will first shake the Democrats, and there will be a great shaking. And then I will shake the Republicans. Okay. Now, when you think of shaking, okay, when I think of the term in shaking the government, do you remember the old cartoons where somebody was robbing, one cartoon was robbing another cartoon? They would pick them up and they would shake them and all their money would fall out of their pockets, right? Well, in this case here, it would be the great shaking of tipping those Republicans upside down and shaking all the secrets out. Could be very interesting. Now, I want to share another one with you. Okay. This time I'm going to share a dream that I shared about 4 years ago during the pray-a-thons. Was that I had a dream that I was walking down the street with a couple of the dogs. and we were walking down the road, which is very unusual for me. You know, especially knowing I have not stepped foot off of this farm in over 2 years. Okay. I was walking down the street with a couple of the dogs, and as I rounded a bend and passed a line of trees, I saw hundreds and hundreds of people standing outside a church, not inside. The church's doors were locked. Okay. There was a chain on the doors. But all of the people, the church was completely surrounded, and all the people were standing there with their hands up in the air, and they were looking at the sky, and they were praying. Okay. And that brings me to another Kim Clement prophecy, okay, that we discovered after I had that dream. It was discovered that he had a prophecy about standing in front of thousands of people and the hands all raised in the air. I think that this country is about to experience the biggest biblical revival of all times. Now I'm going to expand upon that, okay, and tell you that in the dream that I had, this was going on worldwide. The biggest revival ever is not just going to be the United States itself, but it is going to be worldwide. The entire world, all praying in one moment. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. I believe. I believe. Yep, I do. All right. So, Benny Johnson says, boom! Representative Anna Paulina Luna leaves disgraced Secret Service Director Cheeto shaking and in silence after catching her in perjury lie. And this is the thing. When you're in these hearings, you're under oath. You lie and you get caught, you're going to have to face consequences. And I want to see the consequences start to happen. And the only way that we're going to see that is the first domino has to fall. Here we go.
Director Sheetal, can you please give me the names of the individuals who are in charge of your con-op for the rally?
I'm not going to release names.
Can you give me the
today.
titles? And how
No.
many individuals?
No.
Nothing?
We had a full advance team that was responsible
Who
for
are the,
advancing
how many
the
people
site.
are the final approval authority?
There are a number of people
Can you
that
give me a
are
number?
engaged in approving
Can you
the
give
plan.
me a number?
No, I do not have
Okay.
a firm number.
Can you just confirm whether or not, I understand this is an open investigation, but in order to dispel conspiracy theories, have you guys been able to subpoena the shooter's Discord records, or has the FBI, to your knowledge?
I believe that the FBI is working on those.
Okay. Is it factual to say that you have not ruled out that the shooter was working with other people or persons?
Again, the FBI is conducting the criminal investigation into
Can
the
you,
shooter.
at least in an effort to dispel conspiracy theories, can you confirm or deny that?
At this time, we do not have that there were any other people engaged.
So you believe he was acting alone?
I do.
Okay. Have you been made aware of multiple eyewitness reporting that there was a second shooter on a water tower?
I do not have any information related to any second shooter.
Okay, the reason I asked that is because according to testimony from multiple witnesses, they did report that. And again, to my understanding, there were over 40 sniper teams that were briefed by the Butler ESU. And I want to make sure that people are aware, if you're saying that there's not another shooter, that we are able to clear that information, because from this whole entire briefing, it doesn't seem like much information has been able to get out to the American people. So I'm trying to dispel rumors, as I'm sure you understand. Was it true that Secret Service was present at the Butler ESU briefing?
There was a briefing between the counter sniper teams
Was
that were working
Secret
on the
Service
ground.
present?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Okay, I want to read you a report from people that seem to be throwing you under the bus and stated that they were in attendance and that Secret Service was not in attendance at the security briefing, according to individuals with knowledge, to also include that the AGR building where the shooter Thomas Matthew Crooks was located was actually not a part of their security perimeter for that. So there was not Secret Service present. It seems as though that when you were asked earlier from Rep. Kristamorthy about whether or not Secret Service was aware of a threat, you had said no, they were unaware of a threat. And yet, according to communications, again, from law enforcement that were in some of these group chats, they actually had reported that Secret Service was made aware of a threat at around 5:59 p.m. as a part of the command, including Secret Service, aware of messages and requests about information about the suspect's location. Can you please tell me if you have knowledge of that at all?
Again, I think we're conflating the difference between the term threat and suspicious.
But you guys did have knowledge at 5:59 p.m. according to those group chats, did you not?
Of a suspicious individual.
Okay. Chairman, in my opinion, according to some of the testimony today, I feel that you have perjured yourself in some instances. And so I'm going to ask for a full review of the transcripts by staff. And if you find that to be the case, I do ask that you bring perjury charges against the director. I will say this, it is very frustrating, and I've talked to my colleagues and we've said it to your face, that you have been up here basically stonewalling our ability to get the answers to the American people. And what I will also say is that every single member of Congress does not feel safe with you in charge. You have heard that. And I think that we are all sitting ducks with you in directing the Secret Service currently. But more importantly, it sends a message to our adversaries that we are not protected. And we are one of the strongest countries in the world. So you have essentially made us a less safe country because of it. As a result of that, I'm asking you to formally step down. I share my same opinions as my Democrat colleagues. And I also think that your efforts to bring forward a full investigation and report in 60 days is unacceptable. And as a result of that, I'm going to do everything in my legislative toolkit to ensure that that happens sooner rather than later. And I'm sure that you know that we brought a vote on inherent contempt against Garland for essentially blocking a congressional investigation. And I don't think that you should be any different. So I will say that I am just completely disgusted by your performance today. And I understand that you're probably in a position where you're being told not to testify, which is why we had to subpoena you. I think that goes back to Garland. But again, that is part of the flushing that we need to get out of Washington. And I would be happy to assist in that process. Chairman, I yield the rest of my time.
I'm kind of liking this lady a little bit more every day. Kinda. I said kinda. Because I don't really like politicians at all. Okay? But I kind of like her. And she is cute. You know. I don't know if she's married or not, but she's not my type. She's not. All right. I mean, therefore I am. Representative Rye, RRY, never heard of this guy. You should resign, or maybe when the president wakes up from his nap, he can fire you. Oh, boy.
But here's the frustration that people have. The buck stops with you. You've said that yourself. But the problem in Washington, D.C., it is the only town in America that you can be so bad at your job that you actually get a promotion or don't get fired. You have not been able to answer the number of agents, whether or not requests were denied on additional security, whether or not law enforcement were able to engage before the shooting with the assassin, how he got on the roof, how the rifle got on the roof. You can't tell us how many shots he fired, whether the casings were recovered. You can't tell us anything about his cell phone. You can't tell us whether the rally was supposed to be postponed, given the intelligence that you were receiving. You can't tell us whether the car had a bomb. You can't even tell us his motive. And the American people are incredibly distrustful because it has taken 9 days to even get a scintilla of evidence out of you. Maybe if I was CNN or ABC or NBC, I would have gotten much more thorough and accurate information, but we have not received that in a subpoenaed hearing in front of this Congress. That is why the American people are frustrated, and I echo the bipartisan calls on this committee and all across this country that you should resign, or maybe when the president wakes up from his nap, he can fire you.
Damn! Okay, I like him. All right, here is one that I'm not going to play. But I will drop the link into the chat. And this is in regards to content found on Anthony Weiner's laptop. And I won't say anything else. But the link is in the chat. All right. Just in, Laura Loomer says Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and his wife Sarah just arrived in Washington, D.C. Neither Joe Biden or Kamala Harris were there to greet him. They didn't even give Netanyahu and Israel the proper diplomatic welcome as an ally to the United States. Disgraceful. Well, Joe's taking a nap. Come on. What the heck? All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. And that's the problem, is Woody Minator, I think his name is that how you, I hope I said it right. Woody Minator. She lied like hell and always referred to the FBI to get more details because of the ongoing investigations and so on and so forth. Always the same, no matter what kind of agency, they always refuse to answer the questions. You're right. Yep. They always refuse, saying, oh, there's an active investigation. If you're standing in front of the people who give you the money in order to conduct those on behalf of the American people, you need to start opening your mouths, And the thing is where do they send the who ends up investigating perjury and everything else? The FBI. The same people we can't trust. Yep. The Gateway Pundit released an article, Mobile Data Reveals Someone Who Regularly Visited Thomas Crook's home and work also visited a building in Washington, D.C. near the FBI office. There's also a CIA office right down the street from the FBI office. I'm not going to tell you how I know that, but I know that because I was informed of that back in my days in the military. I was told to avoid that area at all times if I traveled to DC. And as a staff NCO, I clearly understood exactly what they meant by that. It basically told me that there was a CIA office there, and that we weren't to have anything to do with them or their agents whatsoever. I will tell you, the only time that I ever had direct contact with anybody from the CIA was in regards to fire missions. And that was only by voice in the background of a communication that was going on during a radio call. Yeah, but we were told to avoid them at all costs. Our Staff Sergeant Ines was he started off in the Marine Corps. He was a Vietnam vet. And when he came back, he became part of the Marine Corps silent drill team. Very influential in my time in the Marine Corps. Told us stories about CIA operatives that were working inside of Vietnam and the damage and destruction that they were doing to the American troops because of events that the CIA was creating there in Vietnam for pretty much theatrical purposes in order to try and sway the enemy from attacking and so on and so forth and stuff like that. They ended up getting more people killed than was necessary. So he was the first person in my military career that said, have nothing to do with these guys. They're in it for themselves, and they're in it for the bankers. And that's the first time that I ever heard about anything being or my first introduction to all wars are bankers' wars. So, just to give you some context around that. So, all right. Joe M says, could it be there's a constitutional crisis going on right now? Could it be Biden died and SCOTUS is preventing Kamala from being sworn in as president? Remember this, The biggest sources of lies in our country are Democrats, Democrat-run media, and intel agencies. Yep. All right. Benny Johnson, a little bit more from him. You know, he's on top of these. While complete flamethrower, MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, torches disgraced U.S. Secret Service Director Cheadle after forcing her to answer point blank. Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cheadle, I'd like to remind you that you're under oath. The site team has a senior supervisor, an advanced team, a protective intelligence team, a counter sniper element, and detail. Who was the agent in charge? How long has she been the agent in charge? And what is her Secret Service background?
So I'm not going to provide a name.
Why not? You're here to answer our
This
questions.
forum, I'm not going to provide names of.
You stated in your testimony, you said, I am here today to answer your questions.
That is correct.
Answer the question.
I'm not going to provide names of our personnel.
Why not?
Today.
The American people are demanding these answers from you today, Ms. Cheadle.
I will do the best to provide you accurate information based on the facts that I have at this time.
You're not answering our questions. The advance element coordinates with other intel or law enforcement partners, identifies threats and weaknesses at the sites and movements. We'd like a copy of the advance report. Have you brought it here with you today?
We will comply with the request for the documentation that has been requested.
When will that be, Ms. Cheadle? Because you should have brought it today.
I am certain that our personnel are working on obtaining all of that documentation.
I don't believe you, and neither do the people watching this hearing. You're not doing well, as Mr. Moskowitz informed you. You've been sitting here for over 3 hours, and I have you know the entire country is demanding you resign and demanding that you be fired if you do not resign. Things are not going well for you. You need to answer the questions. Was there a protective intelligence team, and what technical resources were utilized for that event, specifically drone or helicopter assets?
There were a number of technical assets that were deployed for that event, and there was a protective intelligence team that was assigned to that event.
Why was Crooks able to fly a drone over the entire area the day of the rally and the day of his assassination attempt?
To my knowledge, he did not fly the drone over the entire area.
How did he fly a drone over the area, period? Any part of the area?
Again, I would have to go back and check the timeline of when that took place and when the event.
Why didn't you bring the timeline with you today to answer our questions?
I don't have all of the answers on the timelines based on the criminal investigation.
Were you not prepared today to answer our questions?
I am prepared to answer the questions based on the information and wanted to be able to provide.
Do you have a timeline do you have a timeline at all from any of the day?
I have a timeline that does not have specifics.
That's shocking. That is absolutely unacceptable. That means you are a failure at your job. Let's talk about things that are prohibited in Trump rallies. And I've been to a lot of Trump rallies. Backpacks and bags. Bicycles, firearms, any type of weapon, or any other item determined to be a potential safety hazard, like a rangefinder would be one. At 5:10, Crooks is first observed by one of the snipers, AGR Sniper 1, at the building. 5:10, President Trump was shot in the face at 6:11 p.m. 5:28, AGR Sniper 1 takes a picture of a bicycle and 2 bags. Those belong to Crooks. 5:32, AGR Sniper 1 spots Crooks looking at his phone and using a rangefinder. 5:55, Butler ESU Command confirms receipt of photos and states they have been relayed on. 6:05 p.m., AGR Sniper 1 later communicates that Crooks is seen moving northeast in direction of Sheets and that Crooks has a backpack. 2 minutes before the shooting, while President Trump has been allowed to take the stage, people see Crooks laying on his stomach in a sniper position on the roof, and they're yelling he has a gun, and they are trying to alert law enforcement and Secret Service. Why was Crooks not shot by the snipers? Why was he allowed to be there?
As soon as the individual was identified as a threat, they were.
No. What do you consider to be a threat? A man with a gun laying in a sniper position, a man that had a backpack, a man that had a bicycle, a man that had a rangefinder. At what point is he determined a threat?
An individual with a backpack is not a threat. An individual with a rangefinder is not a threat.
What about a man laying on a building that has direct line of sight of President Trump with a gun that people are screaming and pointing out? Is that a threat, Ms. Cheadle?
Once that individual was identified, they were neutralized.
No, they were neutralized. Crooks was neutralized after he shot President Trump in the face, Ms. Cheadle. Is he only a threat once he fires the weapon?
As soon as the counter sniper identified that individual, they were able to neutralize them.
How were people in the crowd? Okay, then let's just take it this way. People under your command did not consider him to be a threat, yet people in the crowd knew he had a gun and considered him to be a threat. That means that you are a complete failure as the director of the Secret Service, that people under your command don't perceive a man laying on a roof with direct line to the president with a gun. They don't perceive that to be a threat, yet the people in the crowd do. How is that possible?
That's the last question, but please answer the question, Ms. Director.
I'm not certain at this time how the information from the people in the crowd was relayed to any law enforcement personnel.
No, you knew that everyone knew. The people there knew that there was a danger. They knew there was a threat to President Trump, and it was allowed to happen. Was there a stand down order, Ms. Cheadle? Was there a conspiracy to kill President Trump?
Absolutely not.
Then how did this happen? And why are you still sitting here not turning in your letter of resignation?
Last question, but please answer, and then I'll recognize Ms. Presley. Please answer the question.
That is what we are investigating to determine.
We're waiting for your letter. We are waiting for your letter of resignation, and you really need to consider doing that before you leave today.
Chair, now recognize Ms. Presley.
Interesting. See, I'm thinking the woman should be arrested and charged for being complicit with the crime. And the fact that she's trying to cover it up, it needs to be more. She needs to be fired. There should be no resignation. There should be no possibility of retirement or anything. She needs to be fired, period. Why let her leave collecting money? How dare you? All right. I couldn't have said it any better, said I mean, therefore I am.
Now, why should you be offended? You would think, oh, well, yeah, we black people, we supposed to support our black folk, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let me explain something to you. You should be offended beyond report because of the fact that somebody is willing to put someone in a seat for their color, even when they're not qualified to do a favor for you. Let me explain to you how the last 4 years have went. Up 3, coming into this 4. Let me explain something to you. So for the first three years, Kamala has not cared about the black community, okay? Kamala and Biden have been doing everything in their power to support illegal immigrants. They have been coming in this country. They're getting your benefits. They putting their kids, these illegal immigrants are going into your kids' schools. They in the hood. They're taking over. You're no longer relevant. They're taking over, okay? But then on top of that, okay, they're giving them money. They're giving them credit cards. I mean, they're booking them, taking them. You got immigrants coming straight out of Mexico living better than you did, and your ancestors done built this country up. Boom. Let me explain something to you. That's how valuable you are to the Democrat community, okay? But now, boom, year 4. It's election time. Y'all, we ain't really did nothing for these niggas. I guess we got to do something. Let's call up Kirk Franklin, and he comes to the White House. Kirk Franklin went on that stage with them tight shorts or tight suit and that extra low button top that he wears on stage. And he danced and he got a check. And that was for you. They paid him to please you. That's how important you are. When Hillary wants to campaign, she don't actually focus on issues in the Black community that are needed. She says, oh, I got hot sauce in my bag, boo. Are you pandering to us? Is it working? Oh, y'all forget. Your memory is terrible. Y'all forget. She said, is it working? That's how valuable you are as a vote. That she don't even got to invest to get your vote. She don't even have to work and put the agenda in and start to show proof to get your vote. Black woman, Black man, you so special to be Black. You so special to be Black that you don't even get no benefits for it. We'll just put Kurt Franklin in and let him dance for the day. That'll do.
Ooh. Man, they just keep coming today, ain't they? They just keep coming. Well, here's one more. One of the more shocking revelations today. Here we go.
Representative Boebert asked earlier about using encrypted apps that you said you've not used, I guess, Signal. Have you used any encrypted app to communicate from your personal device?
I do on occasion use encrypted apps to communicate.
So you use some form of an encrypted app to communicate with people within the federal government, with local law enforcement? Whom are you communicating using encrypted apps?
Many times it's with colleagues and associates.
So you're communicating with colleagues on a personal device?
There are times that the Secret Service, when we work internationally with some of our partners, that they don't have the same texting capability.
And you're not able to do that with your government issued device?
Recently, we have been able to install some of those apps on government devices.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the things that we can get access to. I'm actually shocked that you are using your personal device and encrypted communication tools. I think that might be the most shocking thing that I've heard today. I didn't expect for you to say that.
Begs to question. Yep. You know, this is the thing, is that in the capacity of the job, you are required to have company communications, and you're doing it just like Hillary Clinton did. Just like Hillary Clinton using a private BlackBerry. You know, that's the reason that they destroyed, you know, the information on those hard drives and smashed them up. Okay, wasn't just because of the classified information. It was about the private BlackBerry communications that were stored on that computer. But let me also remind you that they pulled all the BlackBerry communications off of Wiener's laptop. He had copies of them all, and they got them. Q said, we have it all. We have it all. So all these whistleblowers that are out there saying, well, I'm gonna bust the story open about this. I'm gonna bust the story about these papers and these papers and these papers. Guess what? Q's already got it all. He's already got it all. The Q team has it all already. Nothing has gone on that the NSA has not controlled. Believe me, when we text back and forth to each other, guess who gets a copy of that? The NSA. When you pick up your phone and call somebody, guess who gets to listen in first? The NSA. It's already there. Anytime you do any computer communications, you've got the NSA and Rick Pierce, you're spot on, McAfee too. They got it all. ain't got it all. And these guys is just killing her. Yep. Oh my God, the best Kamala Harris roast ever. Okay? Black women don't like Kamala Harris. Here we go.
I gotta get to the top. Oh my God, we're live. Excuse me. It is with deep regret that President Joe Biden has withdrawn his bid for the White House 2024. But this move proves we can be unburdened by what has been. So America, look up. Don't look down. For what was in is out, and what was out is now in. And the wheels on the bus go round and round. Also, if I'm chosen as the Democrat Party's nominee for President 2024, I just want you to know, America, you can trust me. Kamala Harris, 2024. I won't blow it. No, not that one. I'm sorry. Take two. Kamala Harris, 2024. I won't suck. No, I'm sorry, not that one either. Take three. Kamala Harris, 2024. I'll work hand and knee. That's the one. That's it. That's the one. Oh, God. I'm not ready.
Okay. Oh, boy. The wheels on the bus go round and round. Carly Bonet says, The Great Awakening.
You know, I am really sick of black folks. You know, I don't need a black leader to tell me how to think. For all of y'all out here who need a black leader to tell you to think, that's fine, do you. But don't get upset with me because I don't need one. I can think for myself, all right? I don't even understand how come no other groups of people got leaders that speak for them except us. I'm just sick of it. There's so many little bitty things that I see that's wrong. The fact that we walk up to complete strangers asking them to co-sign that we think we're victims, you know? You walk up to complete strangers and you say things like, I hate the police, and you expect somebody else on the street to actually co-sign that nonsense because, well, we're both melanin colored. I don't care. Again, I am just sick and tired of all the little bitty things that I have always felt like, and I was younger and I couldn't say it, that the black community tries to pigeonhole you and push you into these little spots that you need to fit in. And this is how you need to think. This is how you need to dress. This is how you need to wear your hair. This is how you should wear your makeup. I am so sick of it. You know what? I am going to wear goofy lacrosse t-shirts. I am going to watch Father Knows Best. I'm going to watch All in the Family. I will think for myself. Al Sharpton cannot think for me. Jesse Jackson can't think for me. Van Jones can't think for me, can't speak for me. Joy Reid can't talk or speak for me. None of those people think the way that I think. And guess what? That's okay. But I just need black people to understand we're not a monolith, okay, y'all? We do not all have to do the same thing. We don't all have to smoke Newports. We don't all have to drink Hennessy. You know, I'm just sick of all the stupid shit that we all think we got to participate in.
For those of you that missed the call for 420 that Rick put out, give me a minute. I'm taking care of that. All right, you just give me a minute. Okay. I hope I don't cough because it hurts when I cough. All right, here we go. Moving on. The Pickaway County Democrat Party in Ohio just deleted this post. Would be a shame if it went viral. Well, let's take a look at this and make it bigger. Reportedly, in Trump's rambling, incoherent 92-minute speech at the Republican National Convention, he claims he took a bullet. The reality is he practically got a free ear piercing What a whiner and a complainer. What an embarrassment for the United States of America. Oh, ow. Ow. I blame that ow on Rick. I won't hold it against you for long, but I'm going to hold it against you as long as it's hurting. Okay? I'm just letting you know. Don't take it personal or nothing, but I'm, ow. Fuck. Ow. Shit. Fuck. Oh. Literally blow my back out. Oh, man. Shit. Oh. Well, almost went dark with that one. Breathe, man, breathe. All right, nobody wants to hear this, but this is how you learn stuff, and this is why everyone doesn't know shit today. I don't know shit. Do you know shit? Nobody knows shit. Because you got to do the work to get the rewards. I don't write these rules. Yeah. All right, here we go.
These days, you can learn basically everything you need to know on YouTube. You don't even need to go to school anymore. But there's a big problem, and it's the reason why most people don't know a single fucking thing about the world. So imagine you wanted to know about the history of the banking system, our financial overlords. So you went and watched a really long YouTube video all about the banking system.
Applied with its hidden purpose, viz. To fleece the English people in perpetuity by allowing the creation of the nation's money and means of exchange out of nothing. Edit.
See, that's great. It took you 3 seconds and you got the most important part of banking, to fleece the people by charging interest on money you created out of nothing. But the problem is...
I got to pause this. All right, Elaine, okay. So this is one thing is I'm going to talk to you, and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful to you or anything else, but I want you to think about how you frame these. Okay? Because basically the way you're talking in chat, it's like you're blaming me or you're blaming the viewers because of your point of view. Okay. Like we're not doing nothing about it. Okay. That's why people get upset with you, is because of the way that you phrase things. Now, I generally read through what you say and I get where you're coming from. Okay. But the way that one comment that you just put in is worded is like, thank you. So smoke and mirrors by traitor and treasonous keep following BS distraction all stand with Israel as we suffer and starve and want us dead. Perfect. They get paychecks and taxpayers for nothing. Okay. The thing is there are things that we have in our control right now. And there are things that are not. Okay. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong in the statement because, you know, the distraction of all stand with Israel. I get that. As we, all of us, suffer and starve and want us dead. Okay. And they get paychecks of the taxpayers for doing nothing. Okay. I get that. Okay, but the way that you phrase things makes it appear that you're attacking somebody in the chat or attacking the guy who's trying to help other people get information. Okay, I appreciate your content. Okay, I appreciate when you throw comments in, but think about how you're phrasing it so that people don't feel like you're talking down to them because you think that they're not doing anything. And I'll leave it at that. Okay, back to this.
You're taking in so much information so quickly, and it's just audio going in one ear and out the other, and you're not going to remember shit from that YouTube movie 5 days from now, let alone 1 year from now. And now I know 99% of you guys aren't going to do this part, but if you want the information that you're taking in to stay inside of here, this is how you do it. I was a teacher for like 10 years. My parents were both teachers. I'm telling you, this is how you teach yourself stuff. And you're not going to like it. I know you're not going to like it. But the reason why school works the way it does, the reason why teachers make you write reports and take notes and give presentations is because in order to keep information in your brain, you need your neurons to fire in multiple ways, multiple pathways around that information over and over and over. So you build that stuff into your neurology. You can't just like watch one video and then be an expert on the Federal Reserve unless you're literally autistic. And I don't mean 2024 autistic where you're awkward. I mean like literally autistic. So what I do to retain all this information while I'm learning it is I take a whole bunch of notes. I put on timelines, I take screenshots, I highlight, and then I summarize the screenshots. So I'm taking notes on what's going on. And as you write those notes out, as you interact with the material in multiple mediums, and then as I talk about it on camera, all of those different things put it into your brain in a way where it will stay there. And it has the added benefit of you being able to go back to it if you forget anything. So this is just the system that works for me. I use the app called Obsidian. You use whatever systems work well for you, whether it's doodling, writing in a journal, doing trick shots while you, I don't know, whatever it is, just do something that helps get that information in your brain in more than just audio visual stream of a YouTube video. Because the ironic thing about 2024 is that there's so much information and everyone is so underinformed that the bar is actually really low for being smart. All you have to do is actually pay attention to what you're learning and put it in there a little bit, do a little bit of work, and suddenly you're going to know more than everyone else in the room. And if you're wise, maybe that would not encourage you to dunk on everyone, but instead to educate, to inform, to share, to be nice. Dunking on people does not make them convinced that you are correct. It just makes them hate you. And besides, you're probably wrong anyways, because you're not that smart. And in case you hadn't figured it out by now, neither am I.
I don't know about you guys. I love him. Ian Carroll, great way to go. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and refresh this page because I know that I added more stuff after we got started today. I thought I added more. Well, maybe it did. Okay, yeah, I think it did add them. Wow, we hit the top of the list. That's pretty dang good. Let me go back here and then let me click it again. Why isn't that going? There we go. Okay, and then I'll click it one more time. And see if that changed it. Nope, I did. I got them all. Right on. All right, 4 hours and 30 minutes in. Conservative Ant says, I can't leave here without taking this pic. He's got the Trump building in the background. Right on for you, Conservative Ant. Right on. Yeah. Elon Musk says, my smartest friends, including those living in San Francisco Bay Area who have been lifelong Dems, are excited about Trump Vance. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah. All right. Now, this one here, this is something I did want to talk about. Has anybody seen the Illuminati card game? Anybody? Has anybody seen that? Well, there are a bunch of cards in that game that basically have portrayed this whole assassination attempt. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah. All right. True Seeker 01101.
I don't know if you guys have heard, but there's something out there called the Illuminati card game, and supposedly it was made in the 1980s. And supposedly it also has a lot of cards in there that have predicted world events since the 80s. And I find it really weird because the elites or the delete parasites, they have to tell us what they're doing, mainly because they think that it will rid them of any karmic debt that they acquire on us. But if you really think about it, what if the deletes, the Illuminati, the secret societies are actually playing this game, and unbeknownst to us, we are just pawns in that game. And the whole thing is just a system, which kind of goes back to that Marilyn Manson song when he says, we're all stars now in the dope show. But let me just show you some of the cards. Interestingly enough, Canada is on there. Actually, card 54, and it says peaceful liberal government, huge green coastal nation, which is how they're basically taking over Canada and making it a complete communistic crap hole. Then we have the energy crisis, which I'm pretty sure a lot of people remember in the 70s when they said that we were going to have an oil shortage and that we weren't going to have oil and gas to basically power the world. Another interesting one, considering this was made in the 80s, is the epidemic. Disaster. This is an attack to destroy any place. It does not require an action. Its power is 14. Now, I find that really weird because they've got the masks, they've got the gloves, they've got the you-know-what, and they've got a little poison sign on the you-know-what. Almost like they predicted it. Now, this one is kind of weird, especially for the 80s, because it says being hung for political correctness. Used insensitive pronoun. How did they know in the 80s that we would have pronouns now? And then the other one is ate flesh of unalived animals. Good thoughts are now required. Increase the power of all liberal groups by 3. All conservative groups with a power of only 1 become criminal as well. Interesting. Now, the weird part is there's 400 cards in this entire set, and a lot of them are very interesting, especially if you go through them one by one. And then the realization that maybe the elites are actually playing a chess game and we're just pawns makes you kind of wonder about the entire state of the matrix that we're in. Now, I'm watching a lot of normies wake up, and they're starting their videos with, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't usually question anything. But this entire outage that happened in the last 2 days kind of sus. Yeah, it's called the World Economic Forum, and they even said that they would do it. And the reason why they're going to do it is to basically make you get digital IDs, because they're saying that somebody else is hacking the system when it's in fact them hacking it. Also, they're also responsible for all of our elections being completely rigged. Now, another interesting thing that has happened in the last 2 days.
Pause this. In response to this, if you go to Hawks Mustard Seeds on Rumble, you will find that I did a audio recording of the book, read it live in online, and years ago I read it. Yep, there's a full video, 4.5 hours long, of me reading that whole book.
Is everybody's talking about Biden stepping down, but no one's talking about the fact and the significance of him stepping down July 21st, which was a full moon. Now, those of you who know billionaires, you know that they watch astrology, and a full moon means the ending of a cycle. Now, there's probably other astrological significances in the entire scheme of things that I haven't really looked into, but if you really understand the game that they're playing, then you can kind of understand where we're headed to in the future and what's really being played on us.
Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, you're coming into some people who've been researching for going on many years. If you notice, the name of the channel was Hawks Mustard Seeds number 25. Well, that's because I've been censored off of YouTube over 100 times. I had previous channels before we became Hawks Mustard Seeds. Okay. And Tammy, I wasn't talking to you. So if all of the videos that I have done had remained up, then I would have probably about 13 to 14,000 hours worth of content. You know, because most of my programs are anywhere between 4 to 8. Sometimes I'll go as long as 12 hours, depending on how I'm feeling, what kind of information is coming out. We also used to do 72-hour weekend pray-a-thons, you know, and, you know, it's, hold on, going off about, we're not even talking about chemtrails. What's this? If you say that they are only baseless and crude conspiracy theories, just look up in the sky to see many chemtrails there are and compare it to the heaven as you do know it being a little kid. Yeah, we all see it. We all see it. Okay, we've been talking about chemtrails since 2013, 2014. Even before Donald Trump even announced his candidacy, we were talking about chemtrails as I was standing up, walking through my pot garden, and having these chemtrails leaving stuff on my plants, and we had to destroy them. Things, stuff like that. So, the North, the Midwestern part of the United States and bordering Canada. I'm curious if any of you live out that way. If you are in fact getting smoke from the oil fields burning there in Canada, I'm just curious. Air quality, and if you're getting any of that or not. I'm just out of curiosity. If you're like in Montana, Minnesota, Montana, Minnesota, even Washington State, Idaho, northern Idaho. I'm just curious if any of that's actually hitting you guys and affecting you. I would almost probably say Michigan as well. I would think Michigan would be affected, especially on the western side of Michigan. If that was if that's factual. I have not seen any videos of any new fires up there. I've just heard statements from people who work in the fire, as firemen, that have said that there was a bunch of stuff going on. So just out of curiosity, let's see, a bit in Vancouver, British Columbia. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Because somebody was saying, I was talking with somebody this morning before I came on about, Montana, is, from my understanding, is having a very low air quality going on right now. I was just curious if that had something to do with it. So, all right. Shipwreck says, where is Joe Biden? And my take on today's congressional hearing with Secret Service Director Kim Cheadle. Also, Kamala is in Delaware. Okay, so let's check this out. Hopefully her volume is better on this one. She's on her mic on her. This is how I prefer her. When she does just her phone, even though it's good content, the volume's always a little bit low, harder to hear. When she's on this mic, it's incredible. So here we go.
All right, you ready? So we watched the hearing with the Secret Service Director, and I'll get into that in a little bit. First, I want to talk about this tweet, and this tweet comes from Charlie Kirk. He's referring back to, do you remember, that was a couple weeks ago, some news going around about Joe Biden having a health emergency as he was leaving Vegas. He bunked pretty quickly because then all of a sudden people saw him getting off the plane. And I think it came from Laura Loomer, but don't quote me on that. Charlie added some context to that. And so he had reached out and said that the official story was Biden's trip was cut short last week because of COVID. However, to this source, the source that reached out to him, the U.S. Secret Service informed LV Metro that there was an emergency situation involving Joe Biden and closed the necessary streets so that the POTUS could be transported immediately to the University of Medical, which they began to do in earnest. And mysteriously, there was a stand-down order, and the United States Secret Service informed the local Vegas PD that they were going to medevac POTUS to Johns Hopkins, which they presumed meant fly him back east ASAP. Apparently, the rumor mill in the police department in that area was that Biden was or on the verge of. And he even went on to state that he didn't think too much of it at the time, but now that we are 5 days out and nobody has seen Joe Biden, and then Joe Biden's brother came out and gave a press conference and he had a lot of concerns about Biden's health, maybe that there was more to this story that officials weren't telling people. Because then people started reaching out to him who live in the area, confirming the story that he just told. Many have confirmed that a call went out to block the streets to get Biden to the University Medical Trauma Center ASAP, and that plan changed. Hasn't confirmed the IDs, and all of this is allegedly. Now, that being said, Biden has been tweeting, but we all know that that's KJP, right? Or it's somebody, it's Harry, I don't know who it is, but he's been tweeting, just haven't physically seen him. And there is still the demand for proof of life going around on X. Just people, there are senators and congressmen that are calling for proof of life. This is a thing. Kamala Harris is actually in Delaware because obviously she and Nancy Pelosi endorsed her. She is presumably going to be the pick for the Democratic Party. Flew out to Delaware today to meet with the campaign people. Are they swearing her in? A law that requires them to tell the public if something like this happens, because, there was the president and his wife actually ran the presidency. And that was a long time ago, but he had a stroke. And they didn't tell anybody. The wife just ran the campaign for like 2 years. On top of that, it was just announced that Biden canceled his meeting with Netanyahu, who had just landed in the United States like an hour ago with his wife. And don't come for me if I'm saying that wrong. I don't talk about this dude a lot. But he canceled the meeting. And it's a big meeting because there's a war. Is he? Okay, and real quick on the congressional hearing with the director of the Secret Service. She didn't answer shit. There was a lot of really good questions, surprisingly, from both sides of the aisle. There was some propaganda with the pew-pews and control, but for the most part, everybody was kind of saying the same thing, and everybody called for her resignation or called for her to be fired. She didn't answer anything. She kept putting it back onto the FBI, and the FBI has that, and I have not seen that. And then they would come back saying, well, you haven't seen it, but literally there's video on the internet of it. And at the end of it, I kind of came to the conclusion that I feel like she's just she's going to be the public enemy for this situation. And I feel like that was done intentionally because she was extremely unprepared for this. She should have been overly prepared for this. Like this was kind of her moment, right? I feel like she's the sacrifice in all this. She's going to be the publicly ridiculed one throughout history for this event happening. She should be. A lot of things went wrong. The way that she wasn't giving up information that we know and they knew, that we all know that she did know, and she perjured. I mean, check her net worth in about 5 years and we're going to see where she lands. I can step down, but I guess they're going to try and get her fired. The person I can fire is Joe Biden. Is Joe Biden. Nobody can find him. What a day.
Well, that's not true. He's not the only person who could fire him. The chief of staff could arrange for that while Joe's taking his nap. Could take care of that. Congress could reduce her pay to $1 like they wanted to do to Mayorkas. That would make her quit. Okay. Okay, Miss Taylor 406, thank you so much. I have great appreciation for your information and very sorry for your COPD. She says, Great Falls, Montana, smoke is bad in the red, unhealthy for everyone. I have COPD on oxygen, not good for me. Okay, well, I hope your breathing gets better. I hope your air gets better, but we are thinking of you. And we will say a prayer. I'll be saying a prayer today for everybody to be healthy. Matter of fact, we could very well just Father God, our Creator, the Creator of both the heaven and the earth. We ask you to throw a hedge of protection around all of our viewers. For their health, their mental well-being, for their financial situations, for their housing situations, for their family to be kept safe and healthy. Those that are asleep in their families, Lord, we ask that you influence them towards the awakening process and let them come to us and get answers to their questions and begin to see the things that are being so deceptively placed in front of everyone. Lord, it's crazy to understand how all of this is transpiring, but we know that this is all through your will, and we appreciate all that you're already doing for us. Father, you have been incredible to all of us. You have helped us withstand so many things and given us the strength to stand up against diversity and against capitulation, and have strengthened us with a do not comply on our tongues. And with the devil, even, I will not comply. I will not follow. I will not. And Lord, we thank you for the strength to be able to stand against the deception day after day after day. We ask that you manifest to us all the things that you want us to see, all the things that you wish us to know, and that we have the eyes of discernment, and that we can catch the lies, that we can catch these deceptions and be able to withstand them and be able to share them with others. And we ask that you protect your message that you have for each and every one of us. Reveal to us who you want us to be. And we thank you for these things in the name of your blessed Son, the Christ. And we ask humbly, we ask for grace and mercy and the restoration of our country. Thank you, Father. Your will be done. Okay. Moving on. Colin Rudd. Just in, Elon Musk says his son is dead thanks to the woke mind virus after he was put on puberty blockers. Said he vowed to destroy the woke mind virus after that. What? I didn't know anything about that.
It happened to one of my older boys, where I was essentially tricked into signing documents for one of my older boys, Xavier. This is before I had really any understanding of what was going on, and we had COVID going on, and so there was a lot of confusion. I was told, Xavier might commit suicide if he.
That was a lie right from the outset.
Incredibly evil, and I agree with you that people that have been promoting this should go to prison.
That's
so I
personal
was
connection.
tricked into doing this, it wasn't explained to me that puberty blockers are actually just sterilization drugs. Anyway, and so I lost my son essentially. They call it dead naming for a reason.
Yeah,
All right. So the reason it's called dead naming is because your son is dead. So my son Xavier is dead, killed by the woke mind virus.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what that would be like.
Yeah. I'm sorry you have to go through that, Elon. I am. Just too much. I mean, therefore I am says, nailed it. So many have fallen for Harris's black card. Here we go.
Bro, here come all these silly ass black people talking about vote for Kamala Harris because she quote unquote claims to be black. It's so easy to get us. Y'all want this woman to be president, not based off what she represents, don't know her policies. I just want her in the office because just so y'all can say she's the first quote unquote black woman to be president. So y'all can have some over white women or white people, mainly white women. Sickening. And y'all wonder why we ain't overcame yet, bro. Y'all wonder why we ain't overcame nothing. Y'all wonder this. Why we ain't overcame nothing. We are so politically illiterate. It's a shame. Y'all would say vote for Kamala Harris, but y'all wouldn't vote for Tim Scott. Y'all wouldn't vote or endorse Ben Carson, Larry Elder. Hell, y'all crapped on Condoleezza Rice, but y'all vote for Kamala Harris. Why? The woman claimed to be Indian American so many years. When she was in California, she was just locking up black people, black men, left and right. Left and right. Try to withhold evidence, all type of stuff. But now, since she's in office, vice president, she's going to claim her black card. And y'all fall for it every time, bro. We are so gullible as a people. We so gullible. We so gullible. Like this. That's why us new generation of adults, the millennials, we have to start teaching our children, because we weren't taught it. We have to start teaching our children political literacy. We have to be literate when it comes to politics, because just because an individual is black doesn't mean they're good for us. You think white people do that? No. No. You know how liberal white people talk down on Trump? They don't give a damn because he white. Do you hear how conservative white people talk about Biden? They don't give a damn because he white. They can give two shits. But us black people, if he black, he gotta be good. Nigga, no. No. Brother. Brother, We gotta start knowing politics. We gotta start teaching our children constitutional rights. We gotta start teaching them laws. We gotta start teaching them stuff that affects their day-to-day life and stop just teaching them first it's black this, black that, black this. Because if that's the only lens we looking out of, we are going to get led astray every single time. And I'm telling you now, Kamala Harris, hell no. I don't give a damn. Black woman, I don't give a damn. Hell nah. That woman ain't good for nothing. She barely know what she be talking about. Only thing she do is giggle. That's the only thing she good for was giggling, bro. Black people, get it together, bro.
I don't know. Willie Brown would say that she does more than giggle.
Bro, here come all these silly
downtown Willie Brown. Yep. All right. Democrats provide proof that Joe Biden is still alive, allegedly. Joe Biden made a phone call to his former headquarters right before Kamala Harris was set to speak. I know yesterday's news was surprising. Pay attention to the body of the language of the woman at the podium. She knows.
I know yesterday's news was surprising and it was hard for you to hear, but it was the right thing to do. I know it's hard because you poured your heart and soul into me to help us win this thing. Help me get this nomination. Help me win the nomination, and then go on to win the presidency. But you know, you're an amazing team. But we've got a great. I think we made the right decision. I know yesterday's news was surprising, and
she was just she's like, oh my god. All right, caught on a live stream, she basically said they performed a coup on Joe Biden. Oh boy, I need more popcorn. Here we go.
I'm just going to say it. If you think that there is consensus among the people who want Joe Biden to leave, that they will support Vice President Harris, you would be mistaken. And I'm going to say that because if they're going to come out and say all their little things on background off the record, but they're not going to be fully honest, I'm going to be honest for them. I'm in these rooms. I see what they say in conversations. A lot of them are not just interested in removing the president. They are interested in removing the whole ticket.
The whole ticket. Why? Because they know if they don't, they're going down. Yep. All right. Ouch, says Carly Bonet.
I said, ooh, bye-bye. So what? Who cares? Good riddance, Joe Biden. We don't care that you stepped down. You ought to be going to prison for crimes against humanity. However, I do pray that your old arse repent, because you're going to have to give an account to God, and that's going to be soon, sometime soon. However, we just going to scoot you right on out the way and deal with Kamala Harris. Sis, we're not voting for you, okay? Y'all the same party, Team Biden, Team Harris. Y'all got the same beliefs. No, we ain't doing that. We don't care if you bring the abominations along, okay? We ain't voting for them either. And when I say we, I'm not talking about those melanated folks that are still being poisoned by politricians that's going to show up in my comment section, unable to dispute the truth, but come for me, and I'm going to come back. I'm talking about we that is not voting color. I don't care if you put Medusa on the ballot. We ain't voting for her either. We voting policies, period.
Medusa. You know who she's talking about when she says Medusa? The woman with a snake You get it? Michael, Big Mike, Obama. Yeah. Yep. All right. Let's see. We already saw that. He was loved by all until all weaponized every arm of the government against him.
We know that, right? He's a terrific guy. We love him, and I'm here for him. And the snow came, and I said, gee, nobody's going to show up. And look at this place. It's packed. Well, I'll just say a few words. I mean, Wall Street and New York City and this whole region is doing unbelievably well. I'm building a job on the West Side, which is the largest job ever approved by the New York City Planning Commission. You see it going up along the West Side Highway. It's almost 10 million square feet. It's 18 buildings, and it's really going to be something. I will tell you, a large percentage of the people, and especially in construction, that are building these great jobs are black and minorities, and I'm very proud of it. We have close to 25%, and I think the number's going up, and they do a great job. There are no better builders than we have in New York, and a big percentage of that is black and minority folks. So I just want to thank everybody in the room for being here. I look forward to some questions, and then I don't know how we're ever going to leave this building today, because if you look outside, it is terrible, but we'll figure a way. There's always a way, and thank you, Jesse, and congratulations.
And with all of that wealth, Trump wants a free ticket to the fair tonight.
You can't make this up. Now, did you catch the part when Reverend Jesse Jackson said that as a black man, when he first ran for president, Donald Trump was one of the only people who came in support of his campaign? When other people thought it was laughable, Donald Trump was there. Exactly. But the fake news media today is trying to tell you and I that this man here has always hated black people and minority, that he's a racist. You can't make this up. I found this video online and I had to share it. You let me know what you think about this in the comment section. God bless you and your family. God bless Donald Trump. Catch you on the next one. Wow.
It would have been great if the video had been clear. I would have loved that. And it's not Script Keeper's fault. That's the person who shot the video, because he recorded it off of one device onto another device, and all that. I stopped following her, Mr. Sciatica, when she said that we were all crazy for calling, that Michelle had a dunk. She was like, there's no way. She had babies. How dare you talk about her like that? Yep. That was it. That was the last time. And I haven't tuned into her ever since. Because we know. We know. Capitol flags at half mast. And this is July 22nd, 2024. And the flags are at half mast. Why? Why are they at half mast? Yep. All right. We are 5 hours into this. That's going to have to be it for me for today. I'm tired now, and I'm going to get out in the shade and let the dogs run in the creek for a while. I want to thank everybody for joining me here today. I hope that everybody learned a little something, and that you guys shared a lot of great information between yourselves. I love seeing that, and I love seeing good, courteous conversation going on. And like I said, I wasn't trying to yell at anybody. I was just trying to make an observance in what I saw, and I wasn't trying to criticize or make anybody feel bad. It's just that periodically when we say things, we have to be careful how we word them, because we don't want to make people think that that we're talking about them, when we're actually talking about events that are going on or talking about people involved in the events and such. So please remember that our Creator, God the Father, the one who created the heavens and the earth, well, He loves you, and He loves you a whole lot. His Son, the Christ, He loves you too, and so do I. We'll see you again tomorrow. Peace.